this meeting, our first official council meeting of the year, I think. Sure I'm right. Although it's been a long year already. Anyway, welcome everybody, and can I first of all pass the meeting to you, Moko, to give us a blessing.
Kia ora, Your Worship. Thank you, and a big mahi to everyone for our first council meeting. Let me just pull up our council prayer, which is here somewhere. And I will just find it. Hey, this is our council prayer in Te Reo Māori. Ka tuku ngā mātou o te kaunihera o tai tokerau ki te raki, kia puta pai ai I roto I a mātou ngā haka taunga I tēnei rangi, kia pai anō ai tēnei mō ngā uri haka heke o te hiku o te ika, taino atu ki te wā, ka pōtihi anō tia tēnei kaunihera no reira, tukuna pai mai tō wairua ki runga I a mātou I roto I wēnei kōrero. Āmene.
Āmene. Thank you very much, Moko, and welcome again, everybody. And it's an interesting time in which we live. So looking forward to continuing working with you in a positive way we do for our community and for our people and for our nation. So thank you all for being on, and I'm sure we're going to end up with a good positive meeting. I've got two or three things, if you'll just bear with me while I shift my paper over without trying to push the wrong button on my other computer. So the first thing, of course, is that we have an apology from Anne Court, which I will move we accept. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second.
Thank you. I think we're all seconding, and of course we all send her our very best wishes, and I hope that the recovery is rapid. And I will be keeping in touch with her, as I'm sure most of you will, as things move forward. So blessing to Anne. I just want to, today's meeting, we're looking to run it as efficiently as possible. And so I would ask, as been asked, to please keep yourself on mute. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand, and Aisha and Merlin will keep me posted. I'll do my best to make sure that I pick them up, but the staff will also keep me help with that. You can, of course, if you have a point of order, do that verbally, but other than that, I don't want any interjections. It's hands only, and anyone who will be muted if for some reason they don't adhere by the meeting rules. So thank you all once again, and of course I will do my best to adhere to 3 for, 3 against, but I'm not often that good at counting. Once I get past 3 I lose my way a little bit, but anyway, we'll manage that as we go forward as well. I just want to say there's been a couple of issues. The issue of, and I'm talking now particularly to Mike and Emma and John and Moko, or Mike, John and Moko. There's been a couple of issues in the Hokianga area. One's the speed issue in Opanoni, which is causing some concern. And Mike, when it comes to the community board reports, you might just want to comment on that if you wish. And also there is an issue about Ohaiwai/Kaihau, the education issue. That's now been postponed, but Mike, if you just want to give us an update on where that's at. I understand it's now coming to your next community board meeting. I want to talk about the Kaitai Dam, and I particularly want to say a big thank you to Matty and to John Vucic and to Dave Collard and to you, Moko, for the work that you've done. But I also want to extend those thanks very much to the Trust, who have worked very constructively, I'm told, with our elected members. And that you have a report that's in the paper here, which Matty will speak to, and others of you, John and others, may wish to also comment on. But the good thing is that it appears that we have a way forward in regard to where that can end up, and hopefully in time we will have a situation where the trust don't have the council imposing on their land and their property, which I think I understand is their wish, and which I can completely understand. So thank you again. I just recognise Maddie and the other three councillors involved in that, but as I say, all the trust as well. Want to just acknowledge the work of Felicity and Andrea and so many others on the Small Top Town Award that we won recently. It's a real pat on the back. But what's in my mind, well, it's great for Kaitai and great for us, and we can all be proud that we're associated with it. I want to make the point that it just shows that where it is possible to be community-led with the backing of the council, with Sean and the staff and the operational side, how well we do. And it's the sort of thing that's called local, and it's called local government. And the more of that we can do, as far as I'm concerned, the better. And as we have facing the future of local government, the more people that I'm talking with them from various areas, I am stressing that so much, that the best way that we will move this nation forward is if it's driven from within the local community and the hearts of the local people. Our nation will benefit from it in so many ways. Sean, I want to also recognise the award that we've been given, and I understand we're in further possible award in regard to flexible working hours, and the way in which you and your operational team have worked in that quarter has earned us recognition. And I've just got to say congratulations again. It's a pat on the back for the Far North District Council, and in this case particularly our staff, and we're very, very proud of that as well. It's good to see the accolades. As you know, we often get a reasonable stream of the opposite, so it's good when we do get those pats on the back. It's good to see.
Thanks, Your Worship.
I want to also talk about the Meow fire, and Dave Collard and I attended a meeting yesterday along with Sean and other staff on the aftermath of the Meow fire, which of course is still burning, as are some of the fires at Kaitai, and it's going to be an ongoing issue for us. So just to inform you all that what happened was that Fians and the Takato, the iwi, and community representatives, farming sector, business, all came together yesterday for a meeting to talk about where to from here, and to plan going forward so that we don't lose the advantage we've now created with fire breaks and the different opportunities that there are. And it was a really good positive meeting, and I think something's really excellent going to come out of it, quite honestly, and the work that's already been done by so many people on putting papers together is again to be commended and thanked. And one of the interesting things to me I learned was that even though we've had fires of this nations in other parts of the country for a long, long time, this is the first time that anybody has actually planned what do we do for tomorrow. And so it's another pat on our back. We're going to end up with a structure that will then be borrowed and used by other districts and areas around the country. So again, I want to congratulate all that have been involved in doing that. And also I will be working with some of the elected members up here and with Sean on recognising those people in an appropriate way at an appropriate time at a council meeting for all the work and the contributions they've made to their community to help make sure everybody was safe and to keep the fire as well controlled as it was. And I've got to say it's a real credit to all those involved, quite honestly, including the community, who really did stand up and stand by each other. I also just want to talk about COVID, and we all realise that it's now with us and amongst us. Just so you know, I have my daughter and son-in-law and 2 daughters are in Auckland, confined to the house. One of my granddaughters has COVID. I have a brother in Whangarei who's got all the symptoms and is being tested. My daughter was saying that it's worse, the system we have now, than what was there, because at least before you could go out and do some shopping for yourself. Now you can find completely to your home. The new rules are changing today, and so we'll see where that gets to. But I just make the point that COVID in some form or another will affect us all as we move forward. And it's important for us to just work together, be kind to each other. I'm afraid, unfortunately, the displays that we've seen in Wellington, quite honestly, are not helpful. And it's most unfortunate, in my view, of the way in which that's evolved and developed. I also want to just say that we do need to have more clarity around some of the decisions that are being delivered. Anyway, we'll keep working on that. We have 2 deputations. One from Sean Johnson, and that will be shortly, as soon as we can get the Mayor to stop talking. And the second one then will be when the meeting closes. We're going to have a discussion with Justin Blakey about Lindbart Park. So just, councillors, when the meeting's finished, it isn't finished. Please stay on, because we have to have an offline discussion. I also want to welcome to our meeting, and it's great to see you both here, Bill Burney and Andy Knock from Far North Holdings. Thank you, gentlemen. It's nice to have you with us. Feel free, of course, you're welcome to spend all day with us if you wish to. I'm not sure whether it's quite that exciting to you, but anyway, you can do so. But it's great to have you both with us. And again, can I just say thanks to you, Bill, and to the board, and to you, Andy, and your staff, for all that you do for us, for our community, and for our district and our nation, quite honestly. So we will, of course, be including you in the debate when we get to item 6.1, 6.2. And also Grant Harnish was going to be with us, but he now been called away to a fire, and Mr. Williams will be filling in for him, and he will be speaking on 6.6 and Pi here development rate when that comes forward. So I think that's all the announcements, unless Aisha or Alina tell me I've missed anything, and I think we're okay to go, are we, Aisha?
Yes, Your Worship, that was everything on my list.
Good, thank you. All right, folks, well, thank you, and again, welcome to the meeting. And apologies, we've moved and seconded Ann Court. There are no other apologies. So we'll now turn the time over to Sean. Is Sean on screen? Oh, there you are, Sean. Welcome. It's nice to have you with us. And Sean, we're here to have your presentation. We've give you up to 15 minutes. You can speak for that time, or if you don't need that time, there may be time for questions. But we'll pass the meeting to you, and the next 15 minutes is yours, sir. Thank you, welcome, and thank you very much.
Kia ora, Your Worship, Mea Kara, Council members, kere whanau, tēnā koutou. No kere oku tupuna, ke kapiri au e noho ana, he te kai whakahere matua au hau, ke Merlin Labs New Zealand, ko Sean Johnson a hau, nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for your time this morning. I have a small presentation to run through. I'm the Chief Executive of Merlin Labs New Zealand, a Google Ventures-backed startup working on the certification of some advanced autopilot and autonomous flight systems here in New Zealand. To run through a flight test and development centre here in Kerikeri, and working with Far North Holdings Limited on that at the moment. So opportunity for me to present if I can get my slides to come up, which I'll try now. Can everyone see that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so Merlin Labs, we are a venture-backed startup developing software and hardware that enables traditional aircraft to autonomously integrate with an existing aviation system. a lot of words. Basically, a bit of background on me. I spent 27 years as an engineering officer in the Royal New Zealand Air Force. As an avionics and aeronautical engineer that ended up specialising in aeronautical software compliance. So this is my field. One of the problems, I then moved to the Civil Aviation Authority as the head of certification for 6 years and stood up the advanced technologies team within the Civil Aviation Authority. And one of the problems that we saw quite often with startups coming to New Zealand is that they wanted to disrupt the aviation system in quite radical ways with urban air mobility and the like. Our project is more about integrating with the existing aviation system, and we've developed hardware and software that can integrate into an existing aircraft, into the existing aviation system quite seamlessly, to the point where the system actually talks to air traffic control like a human pilot. But more on that in a second. So Merlin Labs, we are co-located in Boston and various other points across the United States. This was primarily due to COVID to start with, but it's working out very well. We have our Centre of Engineering is around MIT in Boston. Denver houses most of our certification expertise, and we have a rather large flight test facility in the Mojave Desert in California. New Zealand currently is myself in Kapiti in Wellington. I have 2 staff now in Kirikiri, Paul Wright and Chris Blackler. So Paul's probably one of the foremost software compliance engineers in the Southern Hemisphere, and he is leading system safety efforts for our airborne software. And Chris Blackler is our head of maintenance, and we'll be looking after our aircraft, and we'll be building some teams around those 2 people here. And currently looking for a base of operation to set up a flight test facility, as I said before. So we're building the world's next generation air network using software first. So I've got a picture that I'll jump to that shows how that all works. So really there's 3 key components to our system, and the picture that is on the right is a representation of the Cessna Caravan, and our target aircraft in New Zealand is a Cessna Caravan, primarily because it's a trusted and loved utility aircraft that you see flying around quite a bit. They've got a very long track record of safety, so it was chosen for all those good reasons. Plus we have a partnership with Textron, the company that manufactures and certifies the aircraft. But really the system's made up of 3 parts. There's the aircraft interface, which, if you can see my pointer, is the hardware that physically connects to the flight control systems and guides the aircraft. There's the control software, which is resident in a core computer, and that's where all the flight control law and the ability for the system to fly the aircraft itself resides. And then there's the cognition part, and this is the ability to communicate with voice with air traffic control. And I have actually just reached out to the Far North Tech Week team and offered to bring a demonstrator of the cognitive voice piece to that event. I guess the other point to bear in mind here is that our system is optionally piloted, so none of that you can see on the screen is visible to a pilot, and our first certified product will retain a safety pilot. We're very aware of the need to crawl, walk, run in this space. It's all, as I've got a slide at the end that says you can certify pretty much anything these days, but if you don't have public buy-in and trust and the social license to operate, then there's actually no point in trying to commercialize something like this. So we intend to fly a human safety pilot for quite some time, until both the regulators and the public accept this sort of autonomous technology. In the United States, we have these 5 aircraft in various stages of autonomy flying right now, and I've got a video right at the end which I can show you. From left to right, I guess the way to think about it is the 2 aircraft on the left are relatively experimental aircraft using what I would call drone end technology. The aircraft on the right, the Twin Otter and the Caravan, are very much using technology and hardware that's near ready for certification in the civil aviation sense. The King Air in the middle is a test platform that has actually got quite a bit ahead of everything else, simply because we got it first, and we've now demonstrated auto takeoff and landing and flight following voice control with that aircraft in Mojave over the last few months. Merlin, we see that we've got an advantage over many of our competitors in that we have hit the ground with a very well qualified and well experienced engineering team that brings all the smarts out of MIT robotics. Our head of engineering, actually, if you've seen the dancing robots from MIT, he led that program for many years. He was the head of Toyota's autonomy system for autonomous cars and is now working with us. Very strong certification background. People such as myself that have long careers in aviation and certification of aviation products make a really big difference for our ability to communicate and interact with the regulators. We're running a joint Federal Aviation Administration and CAA program. It's working out very, very well. It's bringing the two regulators closer together, but it's also allowing us to take advantage of the best of both worlds. We have New Zealand CAA is quite a small and under-resourced regulator, so having the FAA on board to support is working out very well for us. And I guess the final pillar is safety. We're all about safety. As many startups have learnt, one accident is all it takes to end an adventure. So everything we do is focused on safety and following that crawl, walk, run approach. Objectives here. As I said, when I joined Merlin, I saw many other startups coming into the country, and most of them just wanted to come and use our airspace and our friendly regulator. So I made it very clear that I wanted to see some investment in New Zealand, and we've been working with MB and the Advanced Aerospace program that they stood up to ensure that what we're doing here leaves a footprint and advances New Zealand Inc.'s ability to certify, maintain, develop and test this sort of technology here in New Zealand. To that end, we're developing partnerships across New Zealand. I have a cargo and maintenance support MOU that should be signed in the next few days with a main New Zealand freight provider. We have support arrangements in place with Becker Applied Technologies, who did a lot of work for defence and software certification space and are now a delegated software certification authority with the Civil Aviation Authority. And another company called Flight Structures Limited, who help us with all the hardware integration that you saw in one of the earlier slides. And New Zealand, I get asked this question a lot, why New Zealand? Well, New Zealand does have a competitive edge, primarily because the regulator and the government are very supportive of programs of this nature. The New Zealand Civil Aviation Authority has a great international reputation as being pragmatic, forward-thinking, yet safety-focused, which is important for us. And of course, New Zealand still is the only country with a Part 102 rule that actually allows the commercialisation of autonomous flight. So all those things combined make New Zealand a great spot. And Kerikeri, actually, the sort of flying that we're going to be doing is instrument flight rules requiring large amounts of airspace, and we've done some survey flights up here, and it's quite plainly obvious that having airfields such as Kerikeri and Kaitai with great space between them but not very much traffic is a really great competitive edge for us. Just a couple of slides on Becker, and which you can look to later in this presentation. As I said before, we live in a time where anything can be certified. The rules and standards for certification of this technology are advancing every day, and everything we need to certify our first capability, noting we have a human safety pilot on board, exists right now. The key here, though, is to build the public trust or the social license to commercialise these products, and that's what we hope to do, working with local community here in Kerikeri. And together I hope we can build the social license to move our product forward, of course following a crawl, walk, run approach. I have a very quick video that just shows our technology, and then I'll be able to take some questions. learn how to unshare. Hopefully that's unshared.
It is. You're fine.
Yeah. And sorry, just one last final point. Chris, Paul Wright, and myself have had this conversation a few times. We all left the Kerikeri from Kerikeri High School to join the Air Force. We're all interested in technology and jobs that just weren't available for us here. So we're actually all quite passionate about growing something in Kerikeri that the local community and far north school kids can look to as an option. We're living in a world where technology is everything, and to have some opportunities here for our young people to get involved with technology advancement is pretty important to the three of us. So that's primarily, that's a big driver for me to bring everything up here. I'm under a lot of pressure to go and work in Christchurch with the aerospace startups down there, but there's room for more than one location, so that's what I'm trying to explore.
Thank you, Sean. And John's got his hand up. I'll come to him in a second. And it'll be only one question, but just want to make a comment. Absolutely 100%. One of the submissions we're making when we're meeting with Grant Robinson and Stuart Nash and Calvin Davis from up here is this whole focus on education opportunities across our whole district. So this could be part of the package, and I'm sure Bill Burney and Andy Knocker also listened with interest. John, you've got a comment or a question?
Yeah, I question, Sean, and I'll keep it brief. I think it's a great opportunity, great project, and it's great that you are looking up here for doing some further work. The question is, Kerikeri is a very important airport. It is very busy, particularly short, so there's a number of flights coming in per day. So the obvious question is, if it's using that airport, is safety net. So can you please comment on? I wouldn't like to see the flights that are coming in there hindered in any way.
Yeah, completely understood. And I guess what I should have pointed out is that I've got 2 pilots on staff, and we're rapidly trying to grow our team now. My chief pilot is an Air New Zealand pilot, and I have spent quite a bit of time presenting to Air New Zealand about what we're doing, and I intend to actually go and meet with David Morgan and explain that we wish to, if this all goes ahead, I'll sit with David Morgan and explain to him what we're going to do here. I guess the key point though is that our operations can work around both the parachuting and the scheduled flights, and we have that safety pilot on board. So there's no truly autonomous flight that's going to take place here for some time, and we will very much follow a crawl, walk, run with all of our sorties. Of course. And the other great advantage with instrument flight rules is that you've got that airspace separation in place, and as long as we're following the instrument flight rules, we will all be well separated and so forth.
Thank you very much. Felicity, you've got a quick question, and that'll be the last.
Thank you. It was just about the Kaitai airport. My understanding is that the airport will be done up this year, including the runway. I wasn't sure about any specific requirements of the Kaitai airport runway for this type of, I guess, aeroplane. Sorry, I think our CEO knows a lot more about planes than I do.
We've already flown up there, and actually in its current form, it's fine. It has an instrument approach, which is the important point for us. We probably wouldn't land there that often, actually. However, we are going to be exploring some freight opportunities in the far north, and one of the routes I'm looking at is Auckland, Whangarei, Kerikeri, Kaitai. We can carry, 1.5 to 2 tons, depending on where we're going. And so that's definitely one of the ones that I'm trying to explore, because it would make it a lot easier for us to operate our freight operation in the same place as the test location. But that's something we're working on with Freightways New Zealand at the moment.
Thank you. Sean, your presentation created a lot of interest. I'm going to ask Sean, he's got his hand up, to make a quick comment, and then we're going to have to close this down. Thank you. Sure.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a very quick comment. I wanted to acknowledge Councillors Clendon and Smith for doing the edgy thing and going out to see the proposal at the Bay of Islands Airport. Any of these ideas don't get encouraged more than with elected member interest in what's being proposed. It's complex business, but they went and had a look. So thanks very much to the councillors.
Thank you, Sean. Sean, Jay, can we get you to wrap up, please?
Yeah, so thank you very much for your time. Just a really quick comment on the mention of Minister Nash. So I'm on the Aerospace Council for New Zealand for all the advanced technology companies, and myself and Mark Rocket and a few other startups meet with Ministers Nash, Woods and Wood on a quarterly basis. And so he's very aware of this project. Not aware I'm looking to shift it to the north yet.
You're allowed to tell him?
Yeah, yes. I need to have that conversation with the Aerospace Council tomorrow in our regular catch-up anyway.
Excellent. All right, thank you very much. Well, look, thank you very much. You've, as you know, you all can see, you've generated a huge amount of interest. We're always keen on things that will help us develop our region further, not just for a northern sake, but for the sake of our nation. So thank you for all you're doing, and we certainly will be in touch. Much appreciated.
Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
All right, thanks everybody. We will now move on, and we come to the next item, which is the confirmation of the minutes. But just before we do that, there's a special lady that I just want to acknowledge today. It's her birthday. Her name is Aisha, and I would like us all to sing happy birthday to her. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Aisha. Happy birthday to you. Hip hip.
Hooray!
Hip hip.
Hooray!
Hip hip.
Hooray!
Thank you.
That will be something very memorable. You will never have a worse birthday sung to you in your life, probably.
No
Well, well
comment.
done, and well done. Okay, folks, can we now come to the confirmation of the minutes? Also move. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second, me kara.
Thank you, Moho. Are there any comments? If not, I'll put the vote. I'm in favour. Can't see the list, the voting list. Right, David Clendon. David Clendon.
Yes, in favour.
David Collard.
In favour.
Felicity Foy.
Favour.
Maddie Radich. Rachel Smith.
Aye.
Kelly Stratford.
Aye.
Moko's moved and seconded. Moko.
In favour.
Councillor Busich.
Aye.
Thank you all very, very much for that. So we come to the item 6.1, amendment to the company structure. And again, I welcome Bill Burney and Andy Knock here. And I'll move just bear with me a minute. I'll move the recommendation. Do I have a seconder? And then we will ask.
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, John. We'll ask Bill and Andy and Sean to speak to the proposal, please. Whichever one of the three of you wish to take the lead.
Just for clarity, Your Worship, you're dealing with 6.1 or 6.4 on the sheet.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
6.1.
6.1.
Okay, got a skull. Thank you. Can I just, sorry, Your Worship, may I just ask Bill Burney, I know you're pressed for time, Bill, and there's an opportunity to just at least request from the Mayor whether he would bring 6.4 forward. How tight is your timeline?
Oh, I'm okay for the short term. I think Andy's probably. I'm in Sydney at Sir Owen Glenn's place because he's been a bit poorly, so I've come over here. He's fine now. So I'm probably under less time pressure, I think, than Andy.
Okay, thanks, Your Worship. Back to Andy Knock for 6.1.
And just tell me, why would Far North Holdings be involved, unless I'm reading off a wrong order paper? 6.4 is the Kotu Mango picnic area on my order paper.
I think maybe Sean's referring to a draft version. So we have 6.1 as the amendment to the company structure, and 6.2 is the appointments around the company.
Board appointments, that's right.
Right, good. Thank you. Thanks for that clarity. Thank
you. So 6.1, or yes, we'll do the company structure first, please.
So Andy, do you want to kick off with this?
Yeah. Okay, so the paper as put to council, I know we had an attempt at a Zoom meeting last time to try and outline what was being proposed, which unfortunately wasn't very well communicated. So we then circulated the attached paper. Now, the rationale behind the company structure is twofold. The proposal is to create two newcos, a marina newco and a housing newco. Now, just for clarity, both of those sit 100% owned by FNHL under the holding company. So it's still directed by the SOI. It still has the same requirements under its ratios with the BNZ. So there's no additional risk in that respect. The Marina Newco is principally set up because FNHL, reflecting the fact the innovation park in Kaikoui is its long-term future growth and development. You will see the relocation of FNHL's offices to Kaikoui at the end of this year to be part of the Innovation Centre and sit alongside Northland Inc. and the CRIs. That will mean the marina, which is now bigger than the original FNHL, is our only big operating asset, and it sits in Opua and needs a strong level of oversight, because obviously that's where we have significant environmental, health and associated health and safety risk. As we have a boatyard, we have an operational marina, we have a fuel facility, we have biosecurity with MAP and customs, and so it needs very much strategic focused delivery. And that's the intention of having that newco in place, to ensure that we maintain the growth of that asset, but at all times risk manage all those elements of the business going forward. The housing newco relates to obviously the significant opportunity that the company now faces in that area. As I've outlined previously, we're only the third company to be a direct leasing partner with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. That's created significant opportunity with iwi and Hapu in Northland. We're currently working obviously with Te Iho, Ora o Ngāpui, with Ngāti Rei here, with Ngāti Whātua, and that's allowing us to develop significantly in the area of community housing and affordable housing across our district. Now that's not only just for us, as I think I've outlined to a number of councillors, it's actually allowing us to enable key ownership of those assets to iwi. For example, RSA, that will end up being a shared structure. We've effectively secured significant grant funding that would allow Thun to own 50% of the properties from the outset. It will allow us to create further housing opportunities that they will provide oversight for and have the ability to buy in the future. So this is a really great model, a bit like we did with PGF over time, allowing a lot of developments to happen, such as Te Hanonga and Mania, etc. It's creating a great opportunity in the housing sector to deliver the same outputs. It also allows us to look at a much wider opportunity across Northland in a variety of sectors and have very targeted outputs around housing delivery. And that all ties back to the Innovation Park and our original vision, which was to create that circular economy. We've got North Tech Region and Corrections, where we've got skills-based training. They're effectively delivering housing at very low cost. We're then linking it to the provision of housing across the district. And we're creating an incredible circular economy in Northland, which nobody else has anywhere else in New Zealand. So, you know, everything has come together in quite a poetic fashion. It's taken 5 years to get to this point, but we're really on this cusp of being able to deliver something quite significant in Northland and that's the requirement now for having that housing structure around that. The final point is obviously the financial benefits, which are significant. Housing as a new co allows us to access impact funding. Now, BNZ have already come back to us and offered us a 50 basis point reduction. Now, based on the new co having a $50 million pipeline already, that gives us savings of over 200,000, on our bottom line just for doing a housing new co. So there are significant benefits. You've got the risk mitigation, you've got specific governance and direction around it, and drivers. You've effectively got 3 new companies. As I said, when we started here, we were less than 40 million. The Marina Newco on its own is over 45 million. Far North Holdings with the Innovation Park and the revaluation will be around 100 million. And the Housing Newco is 50 million plus. So you've suddenly got 3 companies over the next 3 years with a valuation of circa 200 million. And that's assuming we don't do anything else apart from what we've got at this point in time over the next 3 years. So there's significant upside. So we need now a structure around that to actually deliver those outcomes. And that's what this has been done to establish.
And Andy, what the other important point is, this is actually then also, of course, not just what happens directly within the company, but it's also us helping our community, creating economic churn, job opportunities that are associated with this. It is actually massive. And again, it comes back to us being locally led and helping our community go. I'll come to John Vucic, please. Oh, sorry, Bill, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, sorry, Your Worship, just through you. So I guess in summary, we've looked at, we had 2 options. One, we could expand the Far North Holdings, let's call it the parent board, with expertise, or we could look to have more focus within 2 new subsidiaries, being the Marina and also housing, which obviously Andy has run through. But I think more generally, if you look at what's happened in the last 5 years, there's been so much more focus on governance, regulatory management of risk and the like, and not just around COVID, just generally. And so all of us are charged with making sure that we honour and we obviously take these responsibilities very seriously. Having more focus down into the individual business units allows us to do that and bring on more skilled and experienced directors directly in the space, be it marina or housing. So our call as a board was to say, let's have more focus at the, I guess, at the SPV or the wholly owned subsidiary level than just having a much larger holdings board trying to do all things for all men and women. I guess the other thing that Andy's touched on is that just in my time, I've seen the assets grow from circa 40 million. Andy's talking about 120 now, and hopefully they'll continue to grow. But more particularly for the council, and this to me, if I was a council, would be a bigger issue, is not the size of our assets, but the size of shareholder equity. So if you look at where shareholder equity, which is your value in this business, it's gone from 20 a few years ago when I started. It's currently sitting at around 60 now, and with the plans that the board has in place for the next couple of years, we would like to see that grow to 100 million of shareholder equity in the council's, as a council net asset or a shareholder position. And that's meaningful for the Far North.
You did right. Thank you, Bill. I appreciate that. And again, thank you very much for the work that you have done and your board, and that Andy and his team have done as well. Much appreciated. John Vucic.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think Bill summed up some of the things I was going to say, and in particular the shareholder asset that we're developing in a very short time. So we are in a development phase, and there are many opportunities, and we're taking advantage of that. So, and given the nature of the business and its diversity, I think this is a very smart decision to split this way. There is very little risk to council or to ratepayers, and only positive benefits out of it. And I think it allows the focused area and those involved in that to run at a faster pace. So I certainly support this. And as you also mentioned, John, and I just want to reiterate, the Whānau Holdings and now these groups, 100% owned groups, will also be delivering the social and economic and outcomes that are going to be occurring. So absolutely already see occurring. So great, I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. David Clendon and then Rachel Smith. You could take your hand down. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. One is the paper references social, affordable community housing. I'd be interested in just a bit of elaboration about what you actually mean by that. Who will have access to these homes? Will it be a income-based thing? As I say, we talk quite glibly about affordable social community, but often there's not a lot of clarity about what you mean. So second question is, you talk about owning, developing and managing these houses. Are you talking about long-term ownership? You'll continue to be the landlord, or will some of these houses become available for sale on time? Or do you expect to purely build a whole bunch of rental homes, which Whānau Holdings or its subsidiary will continue to, as I say, be the landlord in the long term?
So answering those questions, Dave. So the way it works is we work with, in terms of the community housing space, we work with community housing providers. So effectively with MHUD, what we have is a direct 25-year lease agreement with central government who pay us for effectively building, and we will manage in terms of the exterior general maintenance provisions of the properties. The actual management in terms of occupants, etc., is done by the local community provider, whether that be Thun or Ngāti Reo here, etc., and they provide all the wraparound service that's needed for the occupants. Now, in terms of who those are, it is, as you said, is those that cannot afford to rent market homes, and that is a range of people from, it could be single mothers, working mothers, it could be pensioners. It is effectively identified by the local community housing providers, those that are in need and on the current list. So that is a cross-section of our community right across the district. In terms of the affordable model, that relates to creating opportunities which are linked to just sections which are, I suppose, which are not able to be, currently we know a lot of people and a lot of workers in our communities can't afford general market housing, and so that's where we're looking at the ability to create affordable units, which effectively, similar to Hastings and Gisborne, they create affordable units which reflect the requirements of the local population and can be tied to people who've lived in the area or work around specific units, but they're basically sold at a discount price with clawback provisions, and that's to encourage access to those who can't make it.
Thank you, Andy, for that reply. Rachel.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Andy, for this excellent report. It really helped me understand where you were heading and really illustrated why it needed to be done, especially, Bill, as the point you made was in terms of the risk management on behalf of the ratepayer. So I really appreciate how this report specifically highlighted that. I think I just wanted to raise a couple of points, and I think perhaps these are more directed towards Councillor Vucic as Chair of Assurance, Risk and Finance, and acknowledge that the structural change is just the beginning of this, it's the first step for us as a council, and really making sure that we pick up on the opportunities that need to come from this. A couple of those highlights for me are really, I guess, it really highlighted the need for that governance to governance relationship that we've talked about building so strongly several times over this term, but we haven't yet made progress on that. And Andy, I want to thank you for the work that you put into building that relationship with us so that we can have more of a conversation going forward. I think that it really highlights that leading into the statement of intent process that needs to be more of a co-design process, and we have talked about this in the past. I know that we've got a workshop on the 23rd of March, but Councillor Vucic, I think it would be great if we were able to really capitalise and bring in a governance to governance conversation prior to that to understand the intentions behind some of the proposals and to have that conversation. I think that would be really beneficial. Probably the biggest question that came out of this for me in my mind, and it's not a question for today, but it's more around the statement of intent, and I've asked it before, is what does performance and return on investment look like to the ratepayer, and how do we communicate that, or how does Far North Holdings communicate that? And Andy, this report highlighted that as well. But Bill, to your point about the growth in equity over the coming years and what it's already looked like in the past, it's an excellent point. The question that I think a lot of ratepayers will be asking is, why is that beneficial to me as a ratepayer? And I think that we've got work to do in terms of illustrating what that looks like. And then the last point that I just wanted to make on page 35, it mentions the we welcome the opportunity to review the entire company portfolio to identify any strategic assets that must be retained or subject to FNDC approval prior to disposal. We've had this conversation before, and we have received an asset list from Far North Holdings, and Councillor Vesich, I think it would be really beneficial if the Assurance Risk and Finance Committee were able to sit down and go through that list and complete that exercise. I think that there are more meaningful ways that we can be capturing that and enabling Far North Holdings into the definition of success in the eyes of our ratepayers. So again, happy to support this report as it is. Thank you for bringing it and bringing that clarity. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Bill or Andy, do you want to respond?
No, sorry, Bill.
So not really. I think they're all good points, and to be fair, you know, we did talk about them in the last sort of face-to-face meeting we had at council. And Andy, you need to put your hands over your ears, but we're just going through, as we do annually, Andy's package and the senior management team. And one of the KPIs that we've brought in is exactly the point you've made. And I know it's not at Andy, it's the board as well as Andy, but it is communication, open communication with the council as our shareholder, including whatever committees you would like to have us meet with, but also on a governance to governance basis, which is not part of Andy's package. We're all aware that we need to have a closer relationship because this is becoming a very big component of the Far North District Council's balance sheet. And, you know, we need to explain to the ratepayers, I think, at some stage that what we contribute through you and your capital does feed through to them, both in terms of hopefully over time reduce rates because of the value and the income we achieve, but also increased value in the Far North due to whether it's civil infrastructure around housing that Andy's talked about, whether it's jobs in the marina, and so it goes on. So, you know, we need to tell our story better, and we need to tell it better through you as the council.
Thank you, Bill. Andy, do you want to add anything to that before I ask Felicity to comment?
No, the only comment I was make is the SOI, as we know, is to come to council at the beginning of next week. And as part of that, in line with Rachel's comments, the intent was to request a meeting, as Rachel's outlined, governance to governance priority workshop, so that we could look at a co-designed approach. So I think we're both on exactly the same page, Rachel, and I think so that's certainly welcomed by the directors going forward.
Thank you, and I support that entirely. Felicity, and then Dave Collard. Can you keep your comments brief, please?
Thank you, Bishop. I think maybe that was aimed at me.
No, we need to get moving on with the meeting.
Thank you. I think Councillor Smith raised the point that I wanted to raise, and Jenna Smith in the chat has highlighted that that's already on the table for the governance to governance discussions and workshops. I think that's where we can really capitalise on the expertise that Far North Holdings has to offer. And Andy, I wanted to highlight that this paper, I think, represents a transformational opportunity for the Far North. Because in my view, Far North Holdings is a delivery machine, and in my view makes our council, you know, look fantastic when they can deliver so much with such a small team. And we need to do more of that, and we need to deliver for our ratepayers. So I think it's not just the image of Far North Holdings. I think it's around how much is delivered by this small team and how these transformation opportunities can be capitalised as a council. So well done to Whānau Holdings and in particular to Andy. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicity. Dave?
Just a point of support from me. I come from a commercial background and understand where we're at. And from what I've read today and in recent times, and also heard from discussions and workshops, etc., this is a no-brainer, and we need to be supporting it and moving it forward for the ratepayer, for equity in the company, and just for council. It is great stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. I think we've had more than sufficient discussion. I intend to put the motion. It's been moved and seconded. Could we have the vote up, please? Dave, can you move your hand down, please? Right, I'm in favour. Oh, vote's disappeared on me again. I think David Clendon's next.
Aye.
David Collard.
Aye.
Felicity Foy.
Aye.
Matty Radich.
Aye.
Rachel Smith.
Support.
Kelly Stratford.
Aye.
Moko Tepanea.
Aye.
And Councillor Vucic.
Aye.
Thank you. That's passed unanimously. So thank you very much, gentlemen. We now come to the next item, 6.2, which is on page 37. And John Vucic has indicated to me that he has an amendment. So I'll move the motion. Do I have the proposed motion? Do I have a seconder, please?
Kelly will second.
Thank you, Kelly. John, would you like to put your amendment now, please?
Yes, it's really amendment to point A, and I'll send it through so everybody could actually see it. And
it's on the screen.
Yeah, it's done on the screen. That
yes.
council extend the tenure of Kevin Baxter on a month-by-month basis until his replacement has been appointed, or until 31st of May, whatever is sooner. By doing that, the reasons are given there, but it gives, rather than having to come back to the table, should we not find a suitable candidate. I've actually spoken to the CE, Andy Knock, and he said that should be ample time. So that's my amendment. I've got a seconder for that.
Thank you. I'll second it. But Kelly, are you happy to have that included in the substantive motion?
Yes, I am, Your Worship.
Okay. In which case, then we will include it in as we vote on the thing that becomes part of the substantive motion now. Thank you, John, for raising that. It was a very sensible suggestion. So the I think perhaps if we vote, well, firstly, can we just make the following appointments to the committee? The council representatives have been John Carter and John Vucic, which I would recommend that they continue. John's the portfolio holder, of course. An external advisor, Sean or Bill or Andy, have you got any suggestions in that regard?
Go ahead, Bill. Andy.
It's probably best I don't, so just keep some independence there. So I think if Bill Field doesn't, so I'd rather just abstain from putting somebody who
Yep, fair, understand. So
conflict of interest there. So
look,
yep.
Look, I think the real answer to this is we needed to go through this process before we work out what we need on Holdings board. And I think now we can start to think about assisting in that regard. But
okay,
when
so
we
don't need
weren't
to make
sure
the
about
nomination today.
Yeah.
We don't need to make that nomination today, is what you're telling us?
No.
Okay, all right. In which case now I've several hands up. David's got your hand up, and I did see 2 or 3 others, but Kelly's got her hand up. Kelly, can we take your hand first, please? And then David
sure.
Clendon, and then John Vucic.
In the report, it mentioned that Bruce Robertson, our appointee to the Assurance
Risk and Finance Committee, you know, I forget what the wording says. But yeah, I would support Bruce if he was interested.
Okay, thank you. David Clendon, and then John Busich, and then Will.
Yeah, I'm happy to support the motion, but I just wonder if we might put something in place to ensure we don't get caught out like this again. I mean, obviously, it was evidently news to the council that this replacement was necessary. We got told in December, Christmas and all that means we had to go through this process of a resolution. So ideally, we'd get 3 months' notice or something to enable us to go through this process of appointing a new person. So I wonder how we might just secure that to make sure we don't get caught out on a trot with a short notice again. I'd say that was no criticism to anybody. It's simply a procedural thing that's failed this time. So let's try and put it right.
Thank you. So I have John Busich, Will, and then Janice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This machine is sometimes react quite slowly, so I notice I am now off mute. I just wanted to make a couple of points that were sent through on the chat, and if I can so ask for on that 31st of May 2022. It's pretty obvious, but let's put that in there. And the point that was made is that we should use generic, perhaps we use the generic positions there, Mayor and Chair of ARF, which means we don't have to change the resolution onto the future.
Yep, okay, we can give that consideration going forward. That makes sense.
And I am happy with Bruce, but I don't mind that being done offline and discussion with Bill.
Sure. Okay, we'll do that. Will, and then Janice.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'm going to pass over to Janice, if I may. I think she's going to extend on the point that Councillor Stratford made earlier. Jan?
Am I? Through the chair, I was just going to say that the chair of the FNHL board is an automatic member of the appointments committee.
Right, thank you. Thank you for that, Janice.
I don't know if that was the point that you were referring to, Will.
No, it was the point that Councillor Stratford had made about Bruce when you and I drafted the report. We talked about that Bruce may have the experience and a broad overview that would make him ideal for this position.
Okay, we'll do some work around that with Bill. I'm not sure whether Bill knows Bruce, but anyway, we'll check that. Do you know Bruce at all, Bill?
No, I know of him.
Right. Okay. All right, Sean.
Just to talk on that point, really, I think that's a good suggestion, but I would also love to see the board take a detailed approach with some real diligence around that selection. So Bruce would definitely be a nomination, but if they can take leave to consider that and other options, that would be clever, I think.
Okay.
At least the CV.
Yeah.
You happy with that?
Yes.
Aisha?
Thank you, Your Worship. There was a suggestion from Janice in the chat as well that rather than specifying yourself and Councillor Busich by name, that the roles.
Yep.
Be happy for us to amend the motion.
I'm happy with that. I think most of that makes sense to me. It makes sense to other fellow councillors. Can you nod your heads, please? In the right direction, of course. Kelly?
So Councillor Smith has her hand raised, and then Councillor Stratford.
Right.
Thank you, Aisha. Your Worship, just to that point, I personally can't support it. The policy calls for this committee to be appointed every triennium, and I don't think that it would be prudent for us to appoint that committee based on positions within the council. It should be appointed based on expertise and diversity, which is what the intention of the policy was. So I personally wouldn't be in support of not including names in that resolution. That's just my viewpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
I had initially thought, who's phone? That would be a great idea, but knowing from
Carry on, Kelly.
Previous experience, committees can take a wee while to establish anyway. So a chair of assurance risk and finance might not be in place, you know, for some 3 or 4 months at the beginning of a triennium, or 6 months. So yeah, we need a way to have a sustainable appointment for the new triennium, but I don't think we can address that today.
Okay, well, I don't think there's any urgency about it. It's something that we can give thought to. So at the moment, the suggestion is that myself, my name, and John Vucic's name be put in there rather than me, and we'll leave it at that, and then we can, the future incoming council can address it as we go forward. All right, well, thank you. I think we've probably covered all the points we need to, unless Bill or Andy, you've got anything else you wish to add? You all okay?
Only just thank you, Your Worship, for the time that you and your councillors have given us. We appreciate it.
Well, quite honestly, you're a very important part of us, so we're grateful for all the support and help that you guys give. Again, it's an example, and I think just like I mentioned about the Meow fires and the fact that Northland's putting a group together for what happens in the future so it can be used for the rest of New Zealand. Again, here we are, I think Northland and Far North, particularly in Far North Holdings, we're leading New Zealand. So thank you all very much for all your help and input. I think it's tremendous. And I think it augurs really well for the future, for our ratepayers, for our community, and most importantly, for employment opportunities for our people, which I think is really crucial. Okay, so I intend now to put the resolution, and can we have, thank you, the voting up. So the resolution's got the extend to Kevin Baxter, which we've agreed on. Got my name and John in there. I'm voting in favour. David Clendon.
Aye.
David Collard.
In favour.
Felicity Foy.
In favour.
Matty Radich.
Aye.
Rachel Smith.
Against, recorded, please.
Kelly Stratford.
Aye.
Moko Tepanea.
In favour.
And Councillor Vucic.
Aye.
All right, thank you very, very much, all of you. And again, I just want to thank you, Bill, and if you'd pass our thanks on to the board, and Andy, if you could pass our thanks on to the staff.
We'll do that.
Quite honestly, we do have a very good working relationship. As has been said, we probably haven't in the past communicated quite as much as we should have, but we can remedy that going forward. Although in my case, there's only 224 more days to do that. But anyway, that's by the by.
It's a long time.
Yeah.
And I'd like to thank you, Worship and councillors, for all the support you give to FNHL. It is certainly appreciated, and it helps us move forward.
All right, thank you, gentlemen,
Okay.
and
Thank you.
stay safe.
Okay,
Cheers.
Same to all of you.
All the best. Thank you. Right, can I ask Council, thank you, Council, for that. I think that was a very fruitful, useful, positive discussion, so thank you very much. Can I ask you to come to item 6.3, committee recommendations and resolutions. Pardon?
I said I'm happy to move the recommendation.
I think that's very kind. Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second.
Thank you. Thank you, Moko. Okay, there's Rachel or Moko, do you as mover and second? Do you wish to comment at all?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a brief comment. I think what this recommendation highlighted to me is the huge amount of mahi that's going through the Strategy and Policy Committee at the moment. So it's great to see this process streamlined. I feel really comfortable as the chair that we've been through a robust democratic process on all of these resolutions. So I'm happy to support it as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all of those who have been involved for all the work you have done, because at both governance but also operational particularly, there's been a tremendous amount of input, and I'm very grateful for the outcome. Moko, did you want to comment at all as a seconder? I don't see any other hands up, so Felicity wishes to make comment.
Thank you, Worship. Just on item or matter B of the resolution, agree a strategy is the most appropriate way to address access to council services, facilities and assets in the Far North. That's in the context of disabilities. I just think that the statement there is quite broad. The way it's written, I don't know if there was needed to be context given to that statement or not, or I don't know, maybe that comment's irrelevant.
Rachel, have you got any response to that at all?
I'd be perhaps keen to hear from Darren. It's a good point that Councillor Foy makes, and perhaps a mention of the name of the proposed strategy. I'm not sure, maybe more beneficial and may give Councillor Foy comfort, but happy to hear from Darren.
From Darren, okay, we'll ask Darren, and then Aisha's got a hand up. Darren?
Thanks, Your Worship. I haven't given it any consideration, so perhaps if we hear from Aisha first, and then I might invite Briar to provide us with some commentary there.
Okay, thank you. Aisha, you've got an issue?
Not an issue, but thank you, Councillor Foy, for raising it. It is a valid point. When crafting recommendations, we do recommend that they can read alone and stand alone so that it's providing context for the decision. So it would be beneficial to add in some words to specify what exactly it's about. I did also toy with the idea when creating the recommendation, whether or not we should be providing a heading before each section so that you can align it with the report. So that's possibly something we can look to do for the next report.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you for those comments. Briar, and then John Busich.
And good morning. So it is just referring to accessibility. So it is not just about disability. It is with regards to accessibility and access as a whole.
Okay, so is there any wording we can put in there that gives more clarity, do you think, Darren or Briar?
It could be accessibility instead of access.
Yes. Okay.
Thanks, Briar.
Address accessibility to council. Okay, so now John and then Kelly.
The point that I just want to reiterate what Aisha said. I've raised this before, that there's a lot, because we're summarising it, we're losing the context from the even though we've got the agenda there, we're tending to lose the context with the previous resolution that's made in the respective committees. So I'd like to see some connection there, either the item that's been referred to that it's coming from, or some headings. So I'd like staff to work on that, and that this problem then would disappear.
Thank you, and thank you, Sean and Aisha and others. If you'd take that on board, that would be helpful. Thank you, John. Kelly.
Yeah, could we just add regional accessibility strategy, because it's not our strategy, it's a regional.
All right. Any?
And then you know we're continuously repeating that term, and we're all remembering what that strategy is
All about. Yes, good idea. Darren and Briar, you okay with that?
Thanks, Your Worship. That's a really good point, because it is a regional.
All right, we'll ask the ladies to add that into the resolution. If there are no other comments, then I intend to put the resolution. Can we have the vote up, please? Thank you. Regional accessibility. Thank you very much. You put the vote up.
Councillor Stratford, have you got your hand raised?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Kelly. Okay.
Worship. So
Floor's yours. Yes.
The strategy doesn't have the rest of that on it. It's just regional accessibility strategy. I noticed there's a few extra words which are in relation to the policy.
Take the other bits out is what you're asking. Okay. You can just put that up, please. Right, regional accessibility strategies. You happy with that, Kelly?
am.
Good, thank you. Okay, can we have the vote up, please? I'm in favour. Councillor Clendon?
In favour.
Councillor Collard?
In favour.
Councillor Foy?
In favour.
Councillor Radich? You there, Maddie? Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier?
Aye.
Councillor Busich?
Aye.
Maddie, are you back online?
Aye.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so the motion is carried. Thank you all very, very much. So we've now come to item 67 on 6.4 on page 67.
Happy to move, Mr. Chair.
John has
Happy to
moved.
second, Your Worship.
Thank you, Moko. Given that the two local councillors have commented, is there any comment, or can we just accept it and vote?
I'm happy to carry on. The chair of the community board has been involved in this, and I'll just, he may wish to comment, but I'm happy just to say, let's move ahead.
All right, I will give Mike Edmonds. Do you wish to make comment?
No, it's all in the report. Thank you very much.
You're all okay, thank you. We'll take Moko and then we'll take Felicity.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. When this passed at our community board, I actually was contacted by one of the kaitiaki who we will be looking to have a formal arrangement with, and I did send those details through to our CE office. Just one thing that they did send through though was that the correct spelling of the area is Mongeroa, not Mongero. So if that could be noted, please. And otherwise, that information has gone through. The kaitiaki group did say that they can't make decisions on that site themselves, and they are still yet to have conversations with Ngāti Korokoro. So what I had been told by that group was we need to speak amongst ourselves, and then we will then be open to speaking with council once we've sorted out our end. So I've sent on those contact details to our CE staff anyway, and they've got it. So it'll be cool to see something come from this. Kia ora.
Thank you, Moko. Thank you for the work that you've obviously been doing on it. Much appreciated. Can we just make sure, I wouldn't know how to spell what you just told us, but I'm sure the staff can. We'll just double check before we put the resolution that we've got the spelling right. Now, I did see Felicity. Did you have a hand up on it? You're okay?
My question's been answered. Thank you, Namahi.
Thank you. Okay. All right, we're all okay on it?
Your Worship, we have Councillor Clendon with his hand raised.
I beg your pardon, Councillor David. Sorry, I couldn't see you, David. Yep, the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I note that what we're about to agree to is very similar to what was agreed to in 2016, 6 years ago. We're told on page 70 that the matter wasn't progressed then because complaints stopped and there were staff movements and so on. So in an attempt to ensure we're not here in 2028 having the same conversation, I'd like to move an amendment.
I won't be.
Yes, no, me neither, but to move a part C that says simply that a progress report on this issue be brought to the council meeting on May the 19th, 2022. That's 3 months from now, and I would hope that within 3 months we'd at least have some substantive progress, if not a resolution. So that would be my proposed amendment to ask for a report on May 19th.
Eden, okay, thank you. Aisha's got your hand up, and then Mike Edmonds has his hand up. Aisha?
The point is well made, but I wanted to just expand. In 2018, we didn't have the action sheet, so I wasn't sure whether or not the councillor is possibly comfortable having the progress reporting come through the action sheet rather than a specific report.
Councillor Clendon?
Just for confidence, I think a simple amendment would not be a bad thing. As I say, it doesn't have to be an elaborate report. It would take very little time to prepare, simply an update. the action sheet is quite comprehensive and things do slip through even that mechanism, I believe.
Okay, just before I ask for a second, Mike Edmonds, do you wish to comment, please?
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether David, just because there's so much work to be done at council, and we're interested about this at community board level, does he want to make a change that it just gets reported to community board level and we keep an eye on it? I mean, it's not a deal breaker, or even I'm not going to hang my hat on it, but you know, just to take work off here and put it to there would be okay by me.
David, are you happy for the community board to have overview?
Oh, well, I mean, yes, if the board's willing to take it on, then just
that's great.
As I say, the thing is to make sure that I stay on the issue, that it doesn't slip past for another 6 years, because frankly, it's a bit embarrassing for council to be looking at an issue that was to be resolved in 2016 and still isn't. Yes, the community board would be a perfectly fine venue.
Well, the more we can keep it local and those sorts of things. Moko and John, are you both okay with that?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Okay, well, if we could just change that wording that it be
reported through the community board, we will do.
Through the community board, that'd be great. Thank you. Felicity, I see you have a hand up.
Thank you, Worship. Just on page 72 at the bottom, it just talks about the cost of doing this. It doesn't say which department of council is paying for this. Is it the community board that's paying for a building consent for on-site effluent disposal, for resource consent processing, for health licenses, and for any technical reports associated with the resource consent? Is that what the community board's paying for, or who's paying for that? Because they will need a building consent. You can't have on-site effluent disposal without a building consent.
Your Worship, if I may, the intent is that these costs will be absorbed. When the report was written, consideration was given to weighing up the cost of enforcement action, which was suggested as a possible option, which we don't believe is the right way of approaching this. So enforcement actions through the courts, etc., would cost more than it would waiving resource consent fees to facilitate this process. So that's the intent. We will absorb those costs, and it comes to our district services group to deal with.
Thank you, and it is we're doing this on behalf of the community, so thank you, Dean, for that. Okay, I think we've probably covered this point. So I'm going to put the resolution now. Can we have it up, please? It's
And I was going to second Councillor Clendon's amendment.
Thank you.
I think as mover and seconder, John and I will probably be happy to just add that in.
Great.
Yep.
We're far away from getting it up, ladies.
Apologies for the delay.
Here we go. Okay. Good. Thank you. All right, I'm in favour. Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
In favour.
Councillor Foy.
Favour.
Councillor Radich.
Aye.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier.
Aye.
Councillor Vucic.
Aye.
Thank you all again for your input into that. I now ask you to turn to page 75, item 6.5. And Rachel has, thank you, Rachel, for giving me advice that you intend to move an amendment. So I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second.
Thank you. Now, Rachel has put in delegates the Regulatory Compliance Committee to hear submissions if required on the 26th of April 2022. Personally, I think that's a very sensible addition, and I'd be very happy as the mover to have that included in the resolution, unless Rachel, you want your name on it specifically. If Moko will agree to it being a part of the substantive motion, we can just do it.
I agree, Your Worship.
Are you happy for us to proceed that way?
Your Worship, I am happy with that.
Rachel.
However, I have indicated to Aisha that I would be seeking further a D to this as well, simply to delegate to the Chair of Regulatory and Compliance to change the date of the hearings if needed, noting that it is quite a tight time. That's become a standard practice with our hearings, so I'd just like to propose that also. Thank you.
All right, but I'm happy to include that in the resolution. And Moko, are you happy to have that as part of the substantive resolution?
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you. All right, so we'll just include that as part of the motion, please.
Apologies, through the chair. I will make that change as soon as I get the rest of that wording.
I'll pop it in the chat.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay. All right, thank you, folks. So the floor is open for any discussion. I don't see any hands up anywhere. We're all, oh, shucks. We're obviously all well versed on this issue anyway.
The chair of Regulatory had her hand up, Your Worship.
Does she?
Councillor Stratford and then Councillor Smith.
Right, okay, thank you. Rachel and then Kelly.
Kelly was first, thank you, Your Worship.
Kelly, okay, thank you, Kelly.
Thank you. So one of the reasons that we are reviewing the resource consent charges or changing the way that we will be charging the fees is to reduce the risk of us having a huge amount of debt to recover. So I see this as us being more proactive in this space. I remember a couple of years ago we were sitting in, I think it was at the Kirikiri Sports Complex where we had a council meeting, and there was a huge outstanding amount of resource consent charges, and we were all perplexed. We were just like, oh my gosh, how does this happen? And I know the staff have had a massive job recouping that over the last couple of years, but this is us, preventing that from happening, and it's in line with what other councils are doing, as Councillor Foy has told us many times. So there are some other charges in there that are looking to change as well, and I just wanted to get clarity from staff that are going to be doing this consultation that everything that's proposed will be consulted on. So there's menacing dog increase on that, some charges for dogs being in the pound that's going up by 50% or 100%. So Dean might be able to, or
decrease. Councillor, decrease in menacing dogs, not increase.
No.
Thank you, Your Worship. If Cheryl Gavin's on this call, she may want to answer this, but my understanding is that the special consultative procedure only applies to the resource consent fees. We are required to consult on those, and the consultation will not extend to the other fees included in this report, because we have, as council, the opportunity to make those changes without consulting.
Thank you. And Cheryl does have her hand up, so we'll ask you to comment as well.
Through the chair, Dean, you are right and wrong at the same time.
All right.
So you do have to have a statement of proposal for resource consents, because they have to follow the Section 83 requirements of the Local Government Act. But we are also putting the draft schedule of all fees and charges up as part of the consultation package. So people are free to comment on our fees and charges should they wish to, even though council can set them without consultation. And there doesn't seem to be much in there that is significantly huge, but some of it might attract comment. So
thank you, Cheryl.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. Rachel.
Thank you, Worship. I'm actually happy to leave it. Councillor Stratford made all the points that I was wanting to. Thank you.
Excellent. Well done, Kelly. You obviously have a very good understanding of Rachel. Absolutely. Thank you. Felicity.
Three things. My three things relate to, I guess I don't need to bring them up now because we're going to hear submissions first, but I'll raise them now. So number one is making it clearer about interim invoicing and what provisions internally we allow for that in terms of recouping costs, particularly for really super large consents. And there are some historic examples of really, really large outstanding arrears. So I'm not sure how that has been addressed, or if there needs to be a governance direction about that. So that was one point. The second point is I'm not sure why legally under the Building Act we can invoice before we issue the building consent, but not under the RMA. I'm not familiar with the provisions that relate to invoicing. That was the second point. And the third point, and I raised it prior, was about initial assessment. So a pre-lodgement meeting. Other councils do charge fees for pre-lodgement meetings with people, particularly when they're large scale. So there could be a scale put around that, for example, how long it takes, time spent with the development engineer, and time spent for staff researching, which isn't covered there in the fees and charges specifically. So I don't need to move an amendment now, but I wanted to highlight those three things.
Thank you, Felicity. David Clendon, is your hand raised?
It is, yes.
The floor is yours.
Just a query, two things really. There's an item, National Environment Standards Plantation Forestry, which is reducing quite significantly. There's an asterisk, but then there's no explanation. I'm just curious as to know exactly what that relates to. My other point is about the property file information charges. Quite a dramatic increase from $25 up to $114. The explanation, I'm just, I guess, flagging we can expect a fair bit of pushback, I imagine. The rationale is that we spent a lot of money in 2017, but as people between now and 5 years hence, or rather 7 years from now, will pay rather a lot of money in order to cover the cost of that project. I just wonder why the increase wasn't added sooner, and presumably would have been a lesser increase. It's about a 450% increase on what people are currently paying. And some say you're looking to claw back about $314,000 a year. So you're just curious to know why it's taken from 2017 to 2022 to seek to recoup the cost of that project. And is it sort of reasonable that over that 7-year period, people will pay a lot of money for this information, and after that, presumably the fee will drop quite dramatically again?
Cheryl, have you got an answer to that? Is that why your hand's up?
Yes, through the chair, I can answer part of that question, David, about the property file fees. First of all, we needed a period of time to actually see what the cost would actually be. So the $25 fee was I think it was a figure that was plucked out of the air from way back in the past. We should have done this with the fees for the fees for property files last year, but it was missed. So yeah, it should have already been done. Janice has her hand up. I think she can probably add a little bit more to my comment there.
Janice, would you like to comment, please?
Yes,
Dean might comment.
Through you, Chair. The fee has got nothing to do with recouping costs for the digitisation project. The fee is purely related to the work that it's required to actually send the files out and prepare them and send them out.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but that's exactly contrary to what's in our report.
Janice, Cheryl, you.
The digitisation.
Yeah, sorry, if I can quote, all property files were digitised, scanned at a cost of just over $2.2 million. The objective was to recover this cost over 7 years. So I'm
correct. Correct.
Janice, and that statement cannot be right.
That is correct, and we're doing that through the budgeting exercise that we do, and we still continue to rate for that work over 7 years. It isn't directly attributable to this rate, though, this fee. This is ongoing operational cost.
So you're telling us that it's costing $114 to extract a digital file from a computer and to pass it on to a ratepayer?
I didn't calculate the fee, Councillor. I can certainly look into it for you if you want to.
Generally, digital files are much cheaper to extract than paper files. So, as I say, there just seems to be a bit of a misfit there, doesn't there?
Perhaps, David, you could continue that discussion with Janice and either get it satisfied or bring it back to the next meeting. So if we need to, we can address it. Would you be happy to do that?
Well, my point is simply, if this is going out for public comment, that is going to be an issue that people are going to pick on, I suspect, because it's the size of the increase. And I think we need our ducks in a row to explain how that cost is justified. And as I say, what Janice has just told us is not what I understood from the paper anyway. So
yes, I've got to say, it does seem to be.
Can I suggest that I work with Cheryl on the words around this, and then we get the basis for the calculation to councillors outside of this meeting?
If you would, and if you could keep in contact with Councillor Clendon so that it's done, the wording's done to his satisfaction, that would be very useful. Felicity, I'm just going to take Dean because he may have something else to add in, and then come to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to answer Councillor Clendon's question about the environmental standards for plantation and forestry. That is a downward adjustment based on evidence that our charges have been too high. So it is an adjustment to the fees to reflect what the actual charges would be for those kinds of considerations.
Okay. Thank you, Dean, for that. And as I say, Janice and Cheryl and David will work on further wording as required. Felicity.
It was just in response to Councillor Clendon there. I think what isn't really recognised in the report is that it's not just information about that property, it's also about the previous resource consents, all of the building consents, and sometimes it can be massive, sometimes it can be small. What's also not recognised in the report is the cost of a limb and the cost that other councils across New Zealand charge to get, what they call a property bag. So I think information about how we're aligning with the rest of the country for property bag searches and how this aligns with the cost of limbs may be helpful in the information to show why this figure is fair and reasonable. But also to recognise that if someone is paying $114.50 for a property bag, that it needs to include all the previous resource consents or the previous building consents. It needs to ensure that all the information is there and no information is not left out.
I'm sure Janice and Cheryl will address that with, thank you, Felicity, that's very helpful actually. And I'm sure that Janice and Cheryl will address that with Councillor Clendon. All right, well, thank you all. I think we've had a good debate around this issue and there's more to come, as we know. So can we have the resolution up, please? Oh, Kelly, did you have your hand raised?
I'm not sure if I was the closing, but I was waiting for that opportunity.
Well, away you go, Kelly.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Just what Councillor Clendon made me think about is the fact that, and we hear about it on our catch-ups with business associations and on the Thursday morning calls, there's a lot of financial pressure increasing out there, and so I do envisage this is going to raise the heckles in general of the public, so we need to be very careful with the narrative around these costs that are increasing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly, and that's very wise, and I think the wording needs to be that we're standardising and in conjunction with the rest of New Zealand or something of that nature. But thank you very much. That's useful comment, Kelly. Right, can we have the resolution back up, please, the voting? So we're all happy now, and with the changes that are there. So I'm in favour. Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
In favour.
Councillor Foy.
Aye.
Councillor Radich. Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepania.
In favour.
Councillor Busich.
Favour.
Yeah, thank you. That's carried unanimously, and I suspect that we won't have heard the last of this. All right, thank you very much. We will come to item 6.6, and I welcome with us Chris Williams, who's here. Chris, it's lovely to have you with us to discuss this. And so there's a resolution. Just let me come to the right resolution. 86. Bear with me a second. There's a resolution which I'll move. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second, Your Worship.
Thank you, Rachel. Right, Chris, welcome to the meeting. And would you like to make comment? It's good to see you again, my friend.
Your Worship, it's very nice to see you again. Hello, other councillors. This money that we're talking about, this PIHER target, I call it the PIHER targeted rate, has been collected from PIHER ratepayers exclusively, and has, since I think about 2011, paid to Focus PIHER exclusively and used for a variety of items. We, in the past, have Janice will be more precise about this, but we came to a CIB agreement as to what we were going to spend the money on, and then a combination of factors, and you won't be surprised to know that COVID is one of them, but also included in that was the news of the proposed waterfront development, and also consultation issues, meant that we didn't spend it all as we said we were going to. So we're now, but we have another project ahead of us, which I think is of enormous import, which I'd be happy to speak to. But we're asking that a portion of the unspent amounts and the next couple of years' amounts of this targeted rate be devoted to one project, which relates to the 2023 200th anniversary of the arrival of the Williams-based Christian Missionary Society in PIHER. And many people may know that the commemoration legacy project for the 100th anniversary of this event in PIHER was what we now call the Stone Church, or St. Paul's Church. We're hoping to produce a 21st century technology version, lasting legacy as well. And we are hoping for two major outcomes from this legacy. Those two major outcomes are, first, it will create a new brand for PIHER. PIHER's role in the history of the Bay of Islands, and indeed the country, is under-recognised, I think, both locally and nationally. And so we need to significantly increase the knowledge nationally and locally of the role that PIHER partook, and I think that will and there needs to, and that will embrace and what happens in Russell and Kerry and Highway and Kaitai and over in the Hokianga as well. But the important thing is that history is not known, and PIHER needs to be rebranded and upgraded in terms of its place in the country. The second issue outcome that I'm hoping for is that this project is being built very much in conjunction with Ngāti and Ngāti the local hapu, and it's not a story of the Williams family arriving and that's it. It's a story about the relationship that was built between the local hapu and the missionaries and their reaction to what was going on elsewhere in the country and the trust and relationships that those two groups of people built with each other that created a totally unique occurrence in the world. New Zealand has never been conquered. It signed a treaty. Now we know that that treaty hasn't always been honoured with the respect that it deserves. But what happened in Paihia between 1823 and 1840 was a very, very special thing. And it's important that that story becomes acknowledged, I think, and better known throughout the country, let alone our local school children walking down the road and knowing this is what happened. A lot of the time, they don't know what happened in their own community. You can stay in Paihia for a week and not know that the National Trust is across the bridge, and you can be there for a month and not know the role that Paihia and these places played in the history of our nation. And that's something we're trying to overcome. And what we intend to do, the Williams family have put up $150,000. Focus Paihia wishes to use these targeted rates to put up a further $150,000. And of course, and on March the 2nd, the deadline for Lotteries Commission applications occurs. And before then, we want to have those two amounts of money put together as a foundation funding and ask for $400,000 to $600,000 as a multiplier. We're looking at a project that will well exceed $1 million over a period of time and could well be longer than that. So I'm not quite, it's a pleasure to address you good people. And I've said stuff you want me to say. But yes, I'd be most grateful if you can approve this document.
Thank you for those comments, Chris, and I'm sure others may well want to comment, but I can't help but say again, which the councillors I think have heard me say it at least once, but if not on a number of occasions. I recently had the privilege and the pleasure to go to Russell to do as part of the celebration of the unveiling of the carvings.
Yeah.
And what struck me, and it still makes me feel emotional actually, was the fact that there you could see alive that our Maori culture and our Pākehā culture had started off in two different places, had over a couple of years period worked together, both had agreed on different things, and they'd come together. It was absolutely unbelievably strong, and it was just amazing. I felt really emotional about it, and the I don't know, just the atmosphere was brilliant. And quite honestly, if it were possible for that same thing to happen in Paihia with the local hapu, with the Pākehā community, whoever, so that it becomes a total community project for all of us, for all our race, it would be a magnificent outcome. And I would just want to recommend that to you. I've got to say that if we could replicate what happened in Russell and other places and right across this nation would be so much better for it. And it's just wonderful to see. So congratulations on what you're trying to do. I hope you can make it as inclusive as you possibly can. And I'm sure you certainly have my support. I'm sure there'll be others here who will want to give you support as well. Are there any hands up?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Have I moved and seconded the? Can't remember. Did I move and second the?
You have, Your Worship.
I have. Okay, thank you. Sorry, John Busich.
Yeah, Chris, that's it looks an excellent project, and I certainly would love to see this happen. I really do like the walking app. Something I wanted to see with the cycle app, where you got your history, and it appears to be using augmented reality as well, which is great.
Yes.
But the question I was really has is about the fee, because you're talking, and maybe this is a staff question, the Paihia Central Business District Development Rate. I thought that was some rules around that, and the rules around that were the businesses in that area set the project and we just collected the rates. In other words, it's actually in your hands to make that decision. So can I have some clarity on that? Because if that's the case, are we really needing to do this at all? It should be something that just follows through because of way we collected the rate for projects in the Paihia Business District. So just some clarity around that. Thanks. Janice, you got your hand up.
Through the chair, so does Councillor Clendon.
Thank you. Janice, do you want to make comment on that? And then Councillor Clendon. And also I'm conscious of the fact Belinda's here, she may wish to make comment. Janice.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I agree to a point with Councillor Vucic's comments around the rate. It is a standard rate. It has been there since the annual plan in 2010-11. Under normal circumstances, we would get a list of assets that were going to be created and potentially transferred to council ownership. Not all of them are, but most of them are. In this case, it's a 3-year programme, and we felt that this was an exception to our normal process, and that we intended originally to go through the community board. Unfortunately, the Christmas break got in the way of that, hence it coming to council for approval for an extended grant commitment to this programme. If that helps.
Thank you, Janice. It does. Thank you for that. Belinda, do you want to make any comment, and then I'll come to, sorry, who's got the Councillor Clendon? Belinda, did you want to make any comment at this stage?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was waiting to hear what councillors had to say about it. Fabulous project. Chris, through Focus Paihia, has kept me in the loop of what they were proposing to do from the start, and quite a bit of work has already taken place behind the scenes. The community board has also been approached and has part-funded another group which are also involved in the 200th year celebrations or anniversary of Paihia, and the question at the time came up is, you know, we wanted to see a big picture collective proposal as to what was being put forward instead of piecemeal funding it. So we do have a little bit of an insight into it. However, this is about the processes again, and I'm assuming this has come to you because it's a reallocation of funds of a targeted rate. It's a great opportunity for me to put to council clarification for the community board around the actual purpose of the rate. I'm well aware of the area of benefit that the rates are collected from. For those of you that don't know, it comes out of the Paihia subdivision, which is very diverse and encompasses a number of communities. It runs from Lonely Valley, the Roadrunner Tavern, across the backside of Kawakawa Mariwa to Pakaraka. And of course, bear in mind, we're going through some new boundary changes there, so there'll be ratepayers that won't know what's actually going on and will be requested to contribute to this moving forward. There'll be some adjustments there, I'm sure, as you're looking at a commitment of 3 years of this targeted rate. The boundary then runs across from Pakaraka Oromahawe to Te Ahuahu Road, the back of Wakeland Block, coming back in encompassing Waitangi through Bailey's Road. So that's the area of benefit it's collected in. That's not the issue I have, other than the fact that it hasn't been a clear process of consultation with those ratepayers as to what the agreement with Focus Paihia is about as to how that money is spent. So the fact that the agreement has been entered into, it sits with council, so the community board in essence is out of the loop of a number of the activities that are happening on reserves that fall under our delegation. So obviously I can't speak on behalf of all those ratepayers because this hasn't been through a process as to support reallocating of the funds. The other issue I would like to point out is we've never had clarification around the what constitutes the Paihia CBD area. I assumed foolishly at the time that it was in relation to the Paihia Master Plan because that was the only CBD document I knew, which ranged basically from the Bluff and Paihia through to School Road area, and was later sort of extended and considered through to Kings Road, then Te Haume, and then around the Bluff. So what I'm asking from council in this decision-making process is that the community will get some clarification so that we have the facts to pass on to the community as to what the monies are being spent on, so that we actually know what and where the contract sits with between council and Focus Paihia Community Trust. This has always been a bit of a bugbear from a number of residents and ratepayers within the community. So if these funds are going to be reallocated, I think council needs to do some comms around it. And when the community board needs to be enabled to be able to answer some of those questions and queries within the community about where the CBD area is and why the funds have been reallocated. But that's probably about all I've got to say on it. But I really think it's a fantastic project, Chris, and wish you all the luck with it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Belinda. I have David and then Moko and then Rachel, please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'd also say, I mean, I support anything that seeks to raise awareness and understanding of our unique heritage here in the Bay and indeed the Hokianga. And Paihia, you're quite right, has been, I guess, overlooked a bit. It's seen as a tourism, a fishing, boating sort of destination rather than a heritage one. So that's a great aspiration. I guess your comment that this is ultimately up to $1 million budget project overall, just to be slightly gloomy about it, if the fundraising attempts are not successful, would you simply go to a scaled down version of the project? Hopefully it wouldn't be abandoned entirely, but I just wonder if in the unfortunate outcome that you're not successful with fundraising, and I speak as a person who's occasionally involved in raising funds for a trust. The environment out there isn't incredibly rich in funds at the minute, even for the most worthwhile and positive projects. So I guess, yeah, what is the risk management if you're unable to raise the amount of funding you'd ideally want for this? What is the plan B if you have to cut cloth to a much smaller budget?
May I respond?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Well, it's the number of stations on the walkway. I can see ourselves adding to these stations every year up until 1840. We're starting off saying a minimum of 5 would get it going, but personally I'd like to see a minimum of a dozen. It feels more substantial than that. But the number of stations that can be built and their nature, obviously, a static station is less expensive than an augmented station. And so the mix of those stations can change according to the amount of money that's made available. But when I said up to $1 million, I meant in this year, this stage 1. I'm hoping that this will be an ongoing project, which is added to pretty well every year, up until 1840. But then I guess we'll go back and start redoing the stations because there'll be new technology to do it with. But it is absolutely a length of a piece of string. That's the risk management. It's the same as when we were doing the mountain bike park. We've ended up with about 47 kilometres of track. But when we started, we built as much track as we had money for, and then we kept on applying for more and getting more and building more tracks. So it's a process that we're used to, which doesn't always sit well with, as I know from my experience being an employee at council. We need to see the end point council. We need to see the whole project. But in fact, this project can be built in stages and added on as and when funds become available.
Thank you, Chris, for that explanation. Moho, and then Rachel.
Thank you, Mikara, and thank you, Chris. As a kaiako, a project like this is pretty exciting, especially like the digital elements of it, something completely different, and it would be something really cool to bring kids over to actually explore. I echo though some of what Belinda said. When I first read this, I was a little bit unsure because I don't represent Pai here, and I didn't really know what's in the house that Belinda's echoed, so I was going to just follow my Bay of Islands whangaroa colleagues on this item. But I did have a pātai, and this is about the kaupapa itself. And I wondered if, well, I'm not from this area, but I know that Paihia's original name was Manukaihuia or something like that. That's like the history of just the name of the area. Paihia isn't actually the original name of this area, and I didn't see any mention to that. Or I wondered if Ngāti Rahiri and Ngāti Kawa are going to be a part of this project, just in that it's looking, 200 years in the making of this area. I know that, like, just in the names itself, that Horotutu is the name of the beach area, but Manukaihuia, Te Maikio Manukaihuia, the monument hill there, is the name of the original settlement. And I wondered how that will play into this. The compliance schedule on this didn't really mention any implications for Māori, but for from this council point of view, for what we're proposing. But for the project itself, I wondered, Chris, if you had any comments around that.
Yes, I'd be delighted to answer that. I and with Marty Robson, who is probably known to many people, is an ex-community board member and a current regional councillor, and I, who's also part of this project, went down and presented at the Waitangi Marae to the Marae committee, and I was quite moved by some of the reactions. But in fact, I've said we're celebrating the 200th anniversary, but our colleagues Tanawhata are saying they've been there 1,000 years. That's what they want to start. That's where they want the story to start. And indeed, that's the whole thing. They're writing the story. They're writing their side of the story. There are many of these sites are gathered round where the existing marae is. But also, many of the sites are also in the land that was given to the missionaries, right in. It was Titoki, I think. I'm sorry, I'm not excellent at remembering my own history. It's partly due to my age. But yes, it's very much a long-term thing, and going back 1,000 years, and not all. It's not a history without conflict. We don't want a saccharine version of the stories we tell aren't all going to be sugar and sweetness. There are some issues that happened in the past that also need to be recorded. That won't immediately be a happy place, but we want to tell a full, true story. And sorry, the reason Marty and I went to the marae was to say, we can't tell your story. We want you to commit to telling your story for this project to work. And they did.
Thank you, Chris. Rachel, and then we'll conclude this discussion.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Chris, for coming to speak to us today. It certainly helps when we're considering the report, having you in the room to have that context. I really support this kaupapa, especially from a partnership point of view. Also, any opportunity to show identity throughout our communities, I think, is fantastic. I really do want to echo the points that Member Ward has made, though, and that this is a question that has been asked by this council in the past, and it's not specific to Focus Pai here, but it's around accountability of targeted rates. It would have been really helpful for me to have had a copy of the agreement in place attached to this report so that I could understand exactly why we were looking And I think Councillor Vucic's point really highlights that this report didn't demonstrate why we needed to consider this, because we don't have an understanding of what that agreement looks like. And Chris, please accept my apologies. These are comments and not directed at you. This is towards staff. So I think from a learning opportunity point of view, it's really important to recognise that at a community board level, we require accountability for community grants. We require accountability for nearly everything that we do. But as to my memory, in my 2 years on this council, we haven't required any accountability around targeted rates. So I'd really appreciate a conversation going forward in the next couple of months as to what that looks like. I note that the agreement is up for review in 2024. So I think it's important that we take the learnings from where we've come from to make sure that they're captured in those agreements going forward, and that we're nice and tight on behalf of our ratepayers. I also wanted to just highlight, perhaps Chris, to you, I'm not sure if it's something the FNDC could support, but my gut tells me that this project could be one that could be well considered for the Tourism Infrastructure Fund, especially with the digital component. And I know that those applications are opening in March. So I'm hopeful through our CEO, perhaps there might be somebody who could support you in that, and it might be an opportunity for council to further support this mahi. Happy to support today, but I'm really keen to make sure that we take some learnings out of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Kelly.
Thank you. I just wanted to chime in and just, whilst there may not appear to be accountability at a council community board level on these funds, I've attended Focus Paihia's annual meeting twice now over the last few years, and they've presented to all who've been invited and at their public meetings all the numbers, so where the money was spent and where the money on town improvements is going to be spent in the future. And I get that, I think everybody receives their newsletter, you know, it's on Facebook and everything, and so there is accountability on where these funds are going to be spent. And I've tried to attend Focus Paihia's monthly board meeting. They make some time in the morning for me because I'm just down the road, but I haven't been able to get there because of the pandemic for a while. And I just want to say, Chris, it's awesome that you were here, because tautoko, what some of my colleagues have said, I was sort of sitting here going, is Focus Paihia asking for this targeted rate to be spent on this project? Because, you know, it was the first I was hearing about it. So it's really wonderful that you were here to allay our concerns in that respect. But I also want to acknowledge that there are a few, very few members of our community here in Paihia that do feel left out of the decision-making process of that targeted rate, and I won't mention their names. I'm sure that Chris knows them. But I just want to raise up my concern around, you know, we can't keep letting them feel left out. At a disability meeting I was at last week, no, the week before in Rawene, you know, the connotation that Focus Paihia is wrecking our footpaths in Paihia, that is you know, that is a statement that is bandied about by certain people, and it's not true. So we just need to be careful that what you're going to be doing on the waterfront with this project doesn't impede on our users of mobility scooters, you know, for one, but also, you know, let's try and bring them into the tent, bring them into the room, try and mend that relationship, because Focus Paihia is doing amazing stuff. It's a model that every other town, you know, aspires to have in their community. Yeah, that's all I needed to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and thanks everybody for the input. And Chris, we wish you all the very best on this. It's certainly a significant matter for not just Paihia, but for our district and for our country. So thank you for that. I think we've probably had more than enough discussion. We'll come to the vote. We have the, all right, thank you very much. I'm in favour. Councillor Cleandon.
Favour.
Councillor Collard.
In favour.
Councillor Foy.
In favour.
Councillor Radich.
Aye.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepania.
Aye.
Councillor Busich.
Aye.
Thank you. That's carried. Thank you very much. That's carried unanimously all. And so, Chris, you have the support of, obviously, of the council, but also Belinda, you'll need to continue working closely with. And obviously, she's taking a great interest in it, as I'm sure her community board are. So thank you for all that. And we look forward to a good, positive outcome. Well done. And if you'd pass our best on to all involved. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. Kia ora.
Thank you for your time today. Right, folks, I'll ask you to turn to page 112. If I can find it again here. I had it a minute ago. To do with the erosion of Freeze Park, which is something we're all familiar with. I will move the resolution. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'll second.
Thank you. Right, so the floor is open for anyone who wishes to discuss. Good, no hands. Oh, Kelly. Your floor is yours, Kelly.
Oh, thank you. Just quickly, I'm not sure that everyone is talking to each other in this space. There is about to be some upgrade to the car park next to the Freeze Park public toilets. So yeah, just highlighting how urgent the foreshore protection is when we're about to go do some work to improve accessibility at one of our public toilets. Yeah, I'm going to spend some more money there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. We don't want people falling over getting to the toilets, so you're right. Rachel, did I see your hand up or not? No, you're okay. Felicity.
Thank you. I just see that Natalie's here. I'm guessing she's the consultant. I was just wondering, for the consents for this process from District Council, Regional Council, are they being processed by a commissioner for this park?
So subject to the recommendation that we have from NRC is that proceeding with this process will go through a non-notified consent through Northern Regional Council. As far as processing by commissioner, if we go through the fully notified, then we will need to go through the Environment Court hearings, and then we will go through the full extent of process. So at this point, it's just being processed through a non-notified consent through the recommendation.
Sorry, I think it was more around District Council. Does this trigger the need for resource consent from the District Council?
It will trigger a need for resource consent, correct.
So my question was around the commissioner from the District Council. Is the District Council requiring the consent to be processed by a commissioner?
We haven't had that advice at this point, no.
Thank you. I just wanted to raise that as a concern because in the Tuku Master Plan processing, particularly around our open spaces, I'm not sure if Dean's going to comment on this, but it's taken, I would say, 5 months now, and it's just an additional time frame, additional cost, and maybe we need some consistency within the organisation about this, and just flagging how long consents are taking at the moment and how this is going to be a huge impediment to the delivery of our own internal capital works program, with adding on the additional timeframes for processing from commissioners as well for any work on council land, if that is the case that council and the approach that council is taking. Is Dean going to comment on that, or someone within staff?
Dean's got his hand up.
Your Worship, thank you. I think one consideration is for projects like this, and I'm not sure of the extent to which we can, but and George may want to comment, whether we can, under emergency provisions, use legislation to progress this. And I'm unsure whether that means that we can somehow circumvent the normal processes, but it's something we will look into.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Your Worship,
John,
Councillors Cleandon and Busich.
Yeah, thank you, John, and then David.
Yeah, thank you. I confess this is quite a large report, but the resolution is to award another. The resolution is to award another $67,000 of professional fees. I'm hearing myself come back. Somebody else got their mic on. That's settled, I think. Thank you. So I'll start again. The provision is, the resolution is to award another $67,000 for professional fees. But I'm still not entirely clear about what work that will cover. We're told that the lodgement of up to the point of lodging the resource consents is funded up under that original 200K. So is it work between the lodgement and construction beginning? I mean, we're also told that design work is done and complete within that 200K. So what is it actually we're buying with our $67,000?
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you for that. So the next stage of this is going through that detailed design process with the stakeholders. So thinking about the interactions with number 9, Freeze Park, further sort of closing out of consultation with the neighbours and with stakeholders, and coming back to elected members on what that detailed design looks like. There are still some things that need to be worked out. The concept design that's part of the resource consent submission is what's included in the current scope of works. And so that's where that extra professional services sort of goes towards finalising what those detailed design sort of elements look like, so that we're able to provide the documentation for construction.
I think from there as well, Natalie, it's wise to add that preparation of tender documents and getting us to the stage where we're ready to put a shovel in the ground, David, I think is one of the things that's included in this as well. So there's preparation of tender documents, review of tenders, discussion with tenderers, and getting us to the stage where hopefully at the end of this year, we're going to be ready to make a start on construction works on site.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, because on page 115, we're told that the design tasks and what have you will be completed within the project budget as planned.
I think, David, what we decided to do, the original paper, discussion paper on Freeze Park that's in front of you today was due to be, well, was submitted for the December meeting, but due to the number of papers that were received for December, it was moved out until February. Because we had additional funding still left from the original $200,000, and I didn't want the project to stall, what I asked the team to do was to carry on up to the limit of the $200,000 and progress the design work with the money that we had. So the design is not fully completed, as Natalie says. The concept design was done for the resource consenting, but we did take the opportunity of using the remainder of the funds we had from the original PO just to move things forward rather than stall it. There's been a lot of feedback from community. I've certainly received a number of RFSs and people asking exactly what's going on since the consultation finished in November because of the 3-month gap that there's been until the paper comes forward today. So it just seemed a wise decision on my part. The funding was there, the purchase order was there just to keep the project going.
Thank you. John Busich.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I've had to change devices. The other one was giving me trouble. I support this. I'm a little bit concerned that it's taking years. We've seen, what is it now, 5 or 8 metres of erosion over the years. And it's a bit like, as Councillor Cleandon said before, with another example in Oganga, why is it taking so long? And I know the community board and many others have that same concern. Why is it taking so long? They, many years ago, put in a quote to fix this, and a lot of the fixes done along the private shore was done privately. So I would say this is urgent. Let's move quickly or we'll start losing major infrastructure, and it's no reason to have this delay and this additional cost. We need to move quickly. It'll cost us more and more as time goes on. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands up, so we will look to come to the vote.
The Chief Executive, Mayor Carter.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Sean.
Just a very quick comment, Your Worship. I'm worried about the precedent here. It doesn't change any of the discussion to date, but I just draw attention to the paragraph in this paper that says that there's a lot of public infrastructure at risk and a lot of public safety issue here of concern. It's an important paragraph in the report because we will see a lot of these happen on our coastline over the next 10 or 20 years. And for the record, this is not precedent about us trying to hold the sea back. This is precedent about us trying to preserve public assets and public safety. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. Appreciate that. All right, can we have the vote up, please? I'm in favour. Councillor Clendon?
Aye.
Councillor Collard?
In favour.
Councillor Foy?
Aye.
Councillor Rudich? Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Tepania?
Aye.
Councillor Vucic?
Aye.
Right, thank you. That's carried unanimously. I intend to break it in 7 more minutes for lunch, but we'll ask you to turn to page 123. Kaitai Cares project.
Happy to move, Your Worship.
And
I'll second.
right, have we had a mover?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't get who it was. My machine's over there on me.
It was Councillor Tippany stealing it from Councillor Smith.
Excellent. There we go. And that's how it should be. Right, thank you very much. Okay, so we've got it moved and seconded. Right, open for comments. Moko, do you wish to comment on it? Or Ken? Sorry, Mike. John, any comments?
Yeah, I do have comments. I support it. Just trying to make sure I don't get feedback. I support it. I have an issue though, and that is the community board must be involved. We're looking at it's unusual that, why are we saying, look, we're going to adopt a different project here and a process in Kaitai? That means we are not actually engaging fully in the past. So I want assurance that this will do engagement across all of the people that are involved, including the community board, in this community. John, you said that this is an example where, as in Kaitai, where the community is getting behind that and it's being community-led.
Yep.
Well, let this be the same example again. So not just something else that's going to be tried and not deliver the results we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel, you've got your hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's great to have this report in front of us. When we were updated late last year about the funding in particular from MSD, I think that that's something that we probably can't celebrate enough. I do note, though, that this report is from last year, and I would just be keen to hear perhaps from Darren an update around the sustainable employment opportunities, the KPI that we've got with MSD, and see how we're tracking with that results-wise.
Darren, have you got any comments you wish to make on that?
Sure. Thanks, John. Thanks, Rachel, for the question. If I can just introduce, this is a really great initiative for us. We've looked at how we streamline working with communities and where we can enable employment in our rural communities. So I'm going to ask Anna to give the update because she's been heavily involved in this, and I'd hate to steal her thunder because the results that we've seen are really, really impressive. And I think it warrants that. So Anna, if I could pass to you.
Oh, kia ora, Darren. Kia ora whānau. I'm not passing the buck, but I don't actually want to steal Laurel's thunder, and she's the one who's really been the man on the ground in this, and we have achieved some amazing results in the 3 months that we've been running this project. So Laurel, please come and let the elected members know how we're tracking so far.
Kia ora. Thank you for the time. Kia ora to you all. Yeah, we have had some great results. We have in February reported back 21 sustainable employment outcomes, largely through our relationship with NAFA Innovation Park and Wayne Rogers from the work broker there as well. So how we've achieved that is the idea was the berry bus. So that's been the key to it, and working to use the berry bus to provide the teams that have been at the Kaitai berries to maintain continuous employment by redeploying them into orchards across Kirikiri when there are COVID delays at the park. So through that, we've had 21 people have maintained continuous employment in a, as you would know, very unstable seasonal workplace. So it's a really good outcome. We also have just an update from the report as well. We have Clark's buses are looking at 2 candidates for bus driver training and employment, and we have 6 other opportunities out in the community and a potential 2 more in discussion.
Tremendous, Laurel. Thank you, and Anna and Darren and all those who are involved. That's tremendous. So we appreciate that. I wondered, Mike Edmonds, do you want to make any comments at all on this?
Yeah, thanks, John. Yeah, look, this sounds like a wonderful project, and it's also something that the community board would like to be involved in. I mean, I fully am aware that the community board agenda has been absolutely packed in the last year, and you haven't had time to bring it to us or haven't been able to sit on the agenda. But you know, I'm sure we can make time in the future for this to come to the community board and be part of our purview.
Thank you, Mike, and I think that would be tremendous if you and Laurel and others can work together to make that happen. It would be tremendous. Moko, you've got your hand up.
Kia ora, thank you, Mikara. I just wanted to give a huge mahi to Laurel. I don't know if this is your first council meeting, actually speaking to full council too, Laurel, who works with our community board now too, so it's really great to have you on board and to have this report come across. I don't know if people really know the full hakapapa of this funding that we got, but this funding through Mayor's Task Force for Jobs was originally only available to rural councils. Rural councils are councils with a population of less than 20,000 people, so we, by default, in the far north with a population of 70,000, we couldn't even get in on this, and we heard all of the praise from all the different rural councils about all of these, all this funding that was pouring into their districts and creating sustainable employment outcomes. And I have to give a mahi to Councillor Smith, who pushed for us at the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs table, acknowledging the fact that the far north, although in population is big, is in fact is a rural council. We're classed as a provincial council just by population, but not by our actual makeup. And because of that push, the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs expanded this funding to allow us to apply to it. And I know that there were loops and hurdles once we still got that first tick to get over with our own team within council to work with MSD to try and get it through. And so I really want to acknowledge the entire team for making this a reality, because I know a lot of work came through for it, and it's a significant amount of money, and it also means that we've got people in sustainable employment in our area. So I just wanted to give a huge mahi to that. I totally acknowledge Councillor Vucic and Chair Edmonds around us wanting to ensure our community board is in on this, and our Kaikohe Civic Hub work steering group as well. But it is really cool. I'm really excited to see how Kaikohe Cares, or we might think of another name. I don't know if I like that name so much. This Kaikohe Cares group can do some amazing things for our capital of the Far North District, Kaikohe. Kia ora.
Thank you, Moko, for those comments. I've got to say that's very good of you to draw that to our attention. And Rachel, you can take a bow, obviously, for the work that you did in that regard. And for all those involved, congratulations. And obviously, Mike, you'll pick that up when you can from a community board perspective so that we have total unity. It's fantastic. I've got to say, it's good to have so much positivity happening. And so thanks each and every one of you who are involved in whatever way you are. It's much appreciated. So it's been moved and seconded. There's no other hands up. I intend to put the resolution. I'm in favour. David Clendon.
In favour.
Dave
In favour.
Misty Foy.
Favour.
Matty Radich. Rachel Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Moko.
Aye.
John. Sure, he said aye. John, are you there? His machine's not working. We'll give him a tick and he can correct it later if he... Yeah, that's all good. All right, well, thank you all for that. And what I intend to do now is adjourn the meeting for half an hour, resume at 1 o'clock, and we will come back to the Far North Holdings financial report item. Right, welcome back everybody, and I hope you've had the opportunity to have a half-hour break. So we're on item 7.2, on page 125, and I will move. Do I have a seconder, please? John Busich.
Happy to second.
Thank you. So it's moved and seconded. Are there any comments? I have none to make. I don't see any hands up. In which case then I will put the resolution. Have the vote up, please. I'm in favour. Councillor Clendon.
In favour.
Councillor Collard.
In favour.
Councillor Foy.
In favour.
Councillor Radich.
Aye.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepanea.
Aye.
Councillor Busich.
Aye. Having trouble with my network.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. Right, we'll move to 7.3 on 132. And so that we can, when I get there, hold on, I'll get the right 7.3 on 132. Right. So I will move the resolution. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second, Your Worship.
Thank you, Rachel. The floor is open, folks. Thank you for the report, by the way. I don't know whether Sean, Darren, or do you want to make any comment at this stage? Any comments from the councillors?
Am I heard? I'll make a comment.
Yes, John, thank you.
This is item
7.3.
And
development contributions.
Yeah, the only comment I have on that one, Mr. Chair, is it's more than 2 years, and I thought there was a sense of urgency to get development contributions in. I know there's a lot of work to do, and I guess Project Darwin is required as well. I just wouldn't mind a comment from staff saying, commenting on that. Is there a means of increasing the results there, given that all the work that we're likely to actually be having coming in Kerikeri area as growth occurs?
Sean, do you or the staff want to comment on that?
I can comment, Worship, and Darren might fill in on some details, but can I just reassure the councillor that we are acutely aware of the urgency around this and have done the calculations with that foremost in mind. We know this is I'm glad you acknowledge that this is quite a complicated business, and Darren and his team have looked at it in the micro to figure out exactly what the quickest way we can do it is. So thanks for raising that, so it's not an elephant in the room. But we are doing the very best we can, the aim being to make promises that we can keep rather than give you dates that look appealing to you and cosmetically attractive to everyone who's interested, and then letting you down again, because we have done that once before, you may recall, with a very, very ambitious mid-year deadline that was never really going to be achievable. So this is about practice, but thank you for the reminder. I might hand to Darren if he's got any comments.
Darren, any comments you wish to add?
Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Your Worship. Pretty much in line with Sean's comments. We brought the initial paper to Council in December, asking for the reprojection and retiming to align with the 20. And appreciating how complex this is in wanting to deliver rather than delivering on empty promises. So it's really where we find ourselves today. We have monthly reports back to Council to give you the comfort that we are progressing. You'll see there in the research stage at the minute. We have a meeting tomorrow with our consultant, Gina Sweetman, who I'm sure you're all aware of, who will be leading us through this program of work. So Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. I've got David and then Felicity and Rachel.
Yeah, thank you.
And then Kelly.
Yeah,
David?
just a minor point. Obviously, there's a wee typo in the document that says we'll have a meeting in June 2028, which I sincerely hope things are well resolved by then. But yeah, I'll just
I'm sure there will be a meeting in July 2028, but it may not be this one.
Hopefully not about this, yeah. Yeah, under the heading of conceive, it should be 22, obviously. But yeah, I'll just express disappointment too. At one point, there was an indication that we might have this in place by June of this year. And given that there has been a lot of support for the idea, but I guess this is the best we can do. But I'd simply say if this process can be shortened, and there do seem to be some quite large gaps between the various waypoints in the process, I guess, then I would encourage that to happen, because there's a lot of public enthusiasm, as we know, and it's been disappointment both within council and without that we haven't had this matter addressed much sooner than this. So yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, David. Felicity?
Thank you, and thank you for the update from the staff. I guess I just want to highlight to the staff that in the next workshop with Gina, I'll be asking questions about scoping of the correct level of asset management information that we need to ascertain in order to strike this development contribution. My frustration is less about this policy and more about the background information being provided to us in a timely manner and at the correct scope that would align with the rest of the councils in New Zealand, because we are not the only council, and for some reason we are different to the other councils in that we don't have development contributions. I think only 2 others in the whole country may not have development contributions, so we are an anomaly. So I just wanted to highlight that to staff so it's not a surprise, and that I'll be asking for case study examples from other councils about what level of asset management information they require, because Project Darwin is, in my opinion, really detailed, and I'm not sure if we need that level of detail, and we're actually making too big of a pie when we don't need that. And at a governance level, I think those are the questions that we need specialists in this field to ask, because I'm not sure if our organisation has that level of expertise that may be familiar with this across the whole sector.
Thank you, Felicity. Rachel.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to Darren and Roger for this report. It's excellent to see the regular reporting coming back. It gives some really good confidence. I just had a couple of questions. My first question is one that I'm really just looking for to satisfy my line of thinking. If somebody can give me some clarity around what the difference is between financial contributions and development contributions. I'm a bit unstuck there. I see Councillor Foy's putting her hand up, so perhaps that may be a conversation that she and I can take offline, but if there's anything that the team want to add. My second question is actually around developer agreements, and I think in line with the questioning that Councillor Vucic made about the timeframe. The timeframe, I understand why that needs to happen, and while it's not ideal, it is what it is, and we have to accept that. My concern is the level of growth that we have in the pipeline right at this very moment. I'm really concerned that in the past it appears that there hasn't been any or very little governance oversight and input into the development of developer agreements. And I'm just looking for some comfort that we are in a position to be able to put our best foot forward in those conversations, that our communities aren't going to be making sacrifices. And I think specifically a point that Councillor Foy made to me yesterday, which is an excellent point, is around the staging of those contributions within those agreements, making sure that our communities are not sacrificing simply because we aren't able to put this policy in place. So I'm just looking for a bit of comfort as to what our transition process might look like over the next 2 years, given the level of growth that will be occurring and perhaps the anticipated decrease in growth right around the time that our development contribution policy may drop. Touch wood. Thank you.
Any comment on that from staff?
We take the point on board. These negotiations are quite detailed and definitely in the operational lane Councillor, but we get our direction from you as we are right now about the need to get development contributions policy sorted by at least this timeline, and the meantime to negotiate development agreements. We've had one of those, as you know, I won't name it in public here, but it's a major one and was more than satisfactory to the ratepayers. So we have the focus and we have the performance, and your point's well taken. Was there another element that I haven't addressed?
Thank you.
No, I'm happy to continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly?
Thank you. Councillor Smith and Foy both raised points, but I just want to, points that I was going to speak to, but I just want to add to that. So perhaps what I'm seeking to be added to the report is the timeline for when condition assessments or capacity will be available or completed. I mean, it does say that there's workshops coming, but I need to have some peace of mind that the asset management stuff is happening in the background. You know, yeah, I don't know what the right wording is. And then the other thing that I was really interested in is, so we're able to negotiate development agreements for significant developments, but who determines what a significant development is? You know, in the next 2 years, what is a significant development? And I totally agree what Councillor Smith said about by the time our development contributions policy is going to be in place, and someone else said this the other day to me, by the time it's in place, we're going to possibly be in a recession or depression, and there won't be any growth. So how can we be strategically placed within the next 2 years and when that development contributions policy lands? I know in 2015, when the policy was being removed, there was aspiration for it to not be a blanket policy across the whole district, you know, looking at those peaks and troughs across the district. You know, so there may not be any growth in some points, but there will be in some areas, that even if there is a recession. So, you know, I know that will all come out in the workshop, and I just, yeah, I know there is a lot of raru directed at staff for the DCs not being in place right now, but I appreciate that the report is here. It was the first item on my list to check whether it was in this agenda, and it was there, so I was very happy in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
If I might, through the chair, Your Worship.
Sure.
On the first point, Councillor, thanks for those 2 questions. On the first point, in the December meeting, you recall having resolved to establish a governance group that sits over the Darwin project. So by that means, I expect you to have complete and continuous visibility of the question you're asking about what our asset information system improvement's going to be about. I mean, you're in this seat now for overseeing that. So good visibility is promised on that. In terms of significant development, it's like, that's actually quite a tricky question. And it might be that Darren and Dean have got a comment. I'm going to go out on a limb for you, but I'm comfortable in my own heart that we are actually looking for development agreements wherever we think we can be cheeky enough to fish for them. And unless staff can tell me otherwise, we don't have a defined threshold. But certainly if we've got a multi-property development, we definitely engage. If we've got a single house going up within an approved zone, we don't. And it's an ambitious approach that the GMs take, looking for those opportunities. If Darren and Dean can add anything, please feel free, through the chair, of course.
Darren, Dean, any comments?
See, Dean has his hand up. I was going to add
Dean. Yep.
That's pretty good comment.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. What the Chief Executive has described there is correct. We are looking for those opportunities. The reality is that in the absence of development contributions, we need to engage in discussions about available infrastructure, the cost of that infrastructure. It is a long-winded process, but it's the only alternative we have in the absence of development contributions. If the example, I'll use the example of Arvida, that took the best part of 2 years, and it wasn't a full-time engagement in negotiation, and there was a good outcome, I think, from that. But it is a time-consuming process. But in the absence of DCs, that's what we will do and continue doing until we have something in place that we can work to.
Okay, thank you for that. Darren, you okay?
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you, folks, for those comments and those input. And we'll then move to the resolution if we... Oh, sorry, Kelly. I beg your pardon.
I still think there needs to be a link. Okay, so the Project Darwin working group, that's awesome. Not all of us are in that. I'm not on that working group. So there still needs to be some connection between
a link.
Project Darwin and this report. Thank you.
Okay. All right. If we can make a note of that, please.
Absolutely agree. Thanks.
Yeah, that makes common sense. Thank you. All right. Can we go to the vote, please? I'm in favour. Councillor Clendon.
Aye.
Councillor Collard.
In favour.
Councillor Foy.
Aye.
Councillor Radich.
Yep.
Councillor Smith.
Support.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier.
Aye.
Councillor Vucic.
Aye.
Thank you all very much for that. I now ask us to come to page 136, 7.4, and the Ngākahu Steering Group update. And I just want to once again say thanks to Matty and to John and to Dave and to Moko, and also the Trust for the positive way in which you people seem to have been and are addressing this. And it seems to me that there's a real opportunity for us to make very good progress and to finally give the Trust back their land so that they have entire authority over it. So thank you for that. And Matty, I assume you will want to move the resolution.
Happy to second.
Receiving the report, Matty.
Yep.
And John Vucic second. Yep. Matty, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just ask John Vucic to report back on our meetings, then I'll summarise. Thanks, John.
Thank you. Thank you, Matty. Thank you, John.
Yeah, thanks, Matty. So this report is a interim report, and we're trying to target for July to get the report as when we move the motion that you saw mentioned there. Desire was within this term, and by July, hopefully have the final report giving the preferred options, mutually acceptable options. So I take it as read, and I'm not going to go into the detail. The recommendations 1, 2, and 3 you see there, what the steering committee has set away, or the steps going forward. Some of those, the first two, really are providing additional information to clarify the detail that will be needed when the looking at the estimated costings and what it would look like in the final solution. So that's pretty well what I'm going to say. I just wish to have a correction noted because it could be confusing. And that's on the first page of item 7.4. And that's when it says, at the beginning, it says a Ngākahu Commission report from Mr. John Duda. While that's correct, I would like the, so there's no confusion, the Ngākahu there is not the Ngākahu Steering Committee or group, it is actually the full trust. So that's the Ngākahu Ngākoho Whānau Whenua Trust. So if that could be just noted, just so it's clear that that is the trust committed, the full trust.
We are not make sure those changes are made, please, Aisha. We'll leave in your capable hands. Thank you.
And we're hoping, and finally, we're hoping to have, as I said, in July, the final report sorted, and we're going to work closely with the trust. And certainly, the trust has been good in coming to the party. Matty, over to you.
Matty, back to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, John. Yeah, first of all, I'm not very happy with the Ngākahu Steering Group update, that heading. It shouldn't be like that. That should be the Kaitai Carrier Dam Steering Committee. I don't know why Naku was brought into it. John is right. We've had several meetings, 2 meetings with the Naku Trust, and I can say they have finally have a lot of confidence in us. Most important, trust in our committee. Because let's be honest, they have been treated very badly over the years. And I can see a horizon with that group. And by being patient and doing things correctly, we will succeed very, very quickly in decommissioning this dam. The report put through by John Duda, he's a dam specialist. That was very good, very simple. The trust and our committee looked at option 4, looks the common sense one, and we're working around that option. We also have Peter Wessing from Regional Council. He's been great because he's been giving us ideas in regard to resource consent and everything. Because when I brought this up way back in 2018, there was all this thing about the resource consent and how it's going to take long and everything. And I questioned Peter on this, and he said, well, most of it's pretty straightforward. If we do things properly, it shouldn't be a problem. We also have the Bellingham brothers. Naku Trust have made it quite clear that they're going to allow them the only ones to do the physical work, and I support them in that because they're next door and they got all the gear. So the cost is going to be minimal. In 2017, the dam was dropped 2 meters because there was a threat that the dam was going to burst, etc., etc. It didn't happen. We did discuss that in dropping it 2 meters towards decommissioning the dam. And I think in our next meeting, I'm going to look at something like 5 meters. I think that'll be probably the most a better option. But yeah, that's it. As I said from the start, I've been communicating with the Naku Trust members. They're excited. They want us to quickly decommission this dam and to take everything out and give the land back to them. And the Mayor Carter mentioned that early on. And that's what we're focused on. I don't want any, anything to stop this from going forward. And I don't want the staff that have been involved in that. I want you to isolate yourselves and leave us, our subcommittee, to do the work. Because if you become involved, and I'm not going to mention names, it's just going to fall apart. It's as simple as that. And I go back to the first meeting we had with Naku, and Kelly was there, and Moko, and Dave, and John. It was pretty sad because I saw women there, tears in their eyes, because of the way they've been treated. So we're on a good footpath. Let's keep it that way. And I can assure Whānau District Council we will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie, for that. I've got Moko, and then I think I saw Dave Collard's hand up, and then Rachel, and then Kelly.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mayor Carter. And thank you to Councillors Vucic and Radic too for preparing the report that you see in front of you. I probably can't express how much I didn't understand about this historical kaupapa for this council, this historical take for our council. And at our first meeting with this trust, I ended up apologising to them that I honestly it was just another council thing that was in my inbox that I didn't have any real intimate knowledge on. But I do have intimate knowledge on this take now, and I'm really happy with the work that our steering group has been doing in this space, and the trust that is, the mutual trust that has built between us, between our steering group and the Ngākahu Ngākohu Whānau Ahu Whenua Trust. I did have some questions. Now, in this, our recommendation is simply to just receive our steering group's report. Our steering group report has got recommendations within it that we would like enacted. And our chairperson and Councillor Vucic can correct me if I'm wrong, but if we only simply receive this report, what is going to happen to the recommendations within our steering group's minutes? So I just wanted some clarification whether I needed to move an amendment for us to actually adopt those recommendations or not. And here it says, noting the recommendations are in reference to an internal steering group only, but that is what I understand we want to happen. How can it happen if we don't actually make that the recommendation? Do I need to move an amendment to be able to achieve that, or?
No, I don't think so. John Vucic can answer that for you.
Yeah, if I can comment, Moko, that is all in part of preparing, as was delegated to us, the detail of the report, and these are the steps we need. So I would say we can, and I wouldn't mind staff commenting if they wish. I would say that we have been given the delegation in the original meeting to generate this report, because we can't do it otherwise. So I think that's fine. There's nothing we need to move here, but there will need, though, in saying that, there will be staff input and action to occur in that process. We can't generate that information, and I'm looking to the information, for example, in recommendation 1, I think when the soundings were done, that needs to be collected, and you and I can't do it. So I'm expecting staff or council, NRC, whoever's got that detail to provide to us.
May I jump the queue there, Your Worship? I think that's an important point.
Okay.
And it might help answer the question, because this is an unusual approach. I don't think I've seen it in 5 years, and we're fully on board as a staff. It's an elected member only scouting group that's gone out to find the way for us, pathfinders, and to decide in a difficult political lane what is feasible for a solution up in the dam. We heavily rely on what that group is evolving with the other partners and on the relationships that it's developing. I need to just talk of what John's saying about the operational lane, which is very intentionally being kept separate at the moment, but must be included before we start voting on recommendations, if you don't mind. I know this will be an unpopular but necessary comment. We do need to know what you want. We do need to take your direction on what it looks like in the end. The what is what we need to hear. The how is something that we need to participate in actively. I've got a lot of waters experts, engineers, hydrologists, resource consenters, asset managers who are primed to handle the invisible detail of getting something like this right. And I wouldn't like to see this CEO or any future CEO, with all of the accountabilities that they can't give away, finding that the political group's making operational decisions. So I'm really happy with where it's at the moment. I'm glad we've got this report here. I've spoken with Councillor Vucic about it. I've listened to Councillor Vucic about it. I just need to put a small flag up to say that once it's defined what you want us to achieve, and a couple of pointers about how I'm going to just compromise here, a couple of pointers about what you think the best course would be. There is a lot of diligence that needs to be done in the technical for us to come back to you with fully fleshed out options. And I would ask you to give us the latitude to do that before jumping ahead with definitions on what's next.
Just a response to that, Mayor Carter, because that was my question. In terms of the what, there's a historic resolution to decommission this dam from before I even got on this council. And in terms of the pointers are there in the recommendation as a little giveaway. The reasoning for us wanting that data is because the regional council staffer said that it's been sent to our council and we need to purchase software to be able to get that, so we can get an actual sonar reading of what the bottom of this dam looks like. That's recommendation 1. Recommendation 2, to lower the dam water level. That is a relationship and political recommendation to show this trust that we do intend to decommission this dam, that this dam has previously been lowered, and that will allow us to see what is going on. And so recommendation 2 is to do something that we already can do here and now. It doesn't need a water engineer to look into it and to see the how. In terms of recommendation 3, though, I do give that to you, Sean, that we do need to. We've got a report here from New Zealand's best dam expert, and they're few and far between from what I hear. And so that recommendation 3 is really to bring the water engineers and hydrologists in on this to take it to the next step. But I do think that we're at a space here where I want to see this happen before I lose my job in October. And I want to make sure that this is well on the road and that it's not another, that Northland Super Council in 20 years isn't the one trying to deal with this, that we actually do have a say on it. And,
so, Muku, I'm guided by the likes of Matty and John, who tell me, well, they've set these things out. There is a matter of trust between the trust and the 4 councils. And as I understand it, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, this is where it's got to so far, that there are still some trust issues to discuss before council finally, the group, you guys, come up with a firm set of recommendations for us to adopt. And I wouldn't like all of a sudden for us to rush this through today and find that we upset the relationship that Matty and John and you and Dave have built up over the last recent times. I think that would be most unfortunate. And secondly, it is true that we will need to have technical advice, but I think it is really important that it's understood that the advice that we have will, from Sean and the staff, will be absolutely only technical, that they will not be involved in making governance decisions, because that's also part of the relationship that hasn't gone well in the past, that we need to make sure is going well at the moment. And so unless Matty and or John suggest that we suddenly need to bring this forward in a hurry, I'm inclined to be with where Matty and John have said. They've wanted this report table to give us an update, but they're looking to bring something back, some firm recommendations for us to adopt, action-adoptions next meeting. And I'll be guided by them because I'm not involved in it at all. John, Matty, does that make sense?
Yeah, in some ways. Look, I'm with what I agree with Moko, what he's saying. In September, there could be a few of us gone. And I'm not going to make comment on that in that output. And that is important that we do something. Absolutely. And hopefully have that dam decommissioned by then. Yep. The problem we have in that dam at this very moment is what's at the bottom of the dam. And that's when we bring in the sonar, whatever they call it, and dropping the dam. Those are the 2 big issues. What basically is at the bottom. Is there a whole lot of mud, or is it peat, or is it solid, etc., etc.? And I think that's our next big step. And if we find out by going through the procedures in regard to that, then I think coming to decommissioning the dam will be pretty straightforward. So that's how.
Councillor Radich, can I jump in? I do, Your Worship. You said that you want our steering group to bring back some action recommendations. The recommendations in our minutes are action recommendations for the here and now, and we'll be having another update with potential more based off these. But so I do propose an amendment that Council, in receiving the recommendations from the Ngākahu steering group, agree to 1, obtain the processed and analysed data from the Northern Regional Council sonar soundings of the dam done in 2017. That's something we can do now. 2, Stage, the lowering of the dam water level beginning with a water level drop of 2 meters. Once lowered, the water level will be maintained at the lower levels, which has been done previously. And 3, prepare a report showing a visual presentation, including landscaping of the preferred option or options with a rough order of cost to implement. I think that those recommendations in our actual meeting can be pushed through as action items through this, and I'd like to propose this amendment so that we know that it's done as a committee, as a steering group.
Thank you, Moko. Prepared to
I'll
accept that as a
I'll support that,
and
Moko.
Matty, are you seconding
Yeah,
that?
I'll second that.
And
Yeah,
the only just order. So the only question I have is, as I understand it, I just want to make absolutely sure that we're not going to do anything that's going to upset the trust and the trustees, and Matty particularly, but John and Moko and Dave. Can you give us an assurance that if we are to move this amendment, that it won't cause any dissension, concern, anxiety with the...
Your Worship, in moving this amendment, I do so because I think that if we have recommendations that don't have any binding on us to actually do through a formal council meeting, then they're just recommendations. They don't have to be acted on.
No.
And that's where I could see there being an issue with the trust, and having these as an actual resolution of this council that will show the steering group that we are the trust, that we are serious.
Good. Okay. Well, look, as I say, I'm fine. I know you've worked hard, all of you, the trustees and the 4 councillors involved, to build up a good working trusting relationship, and I just want to make sure that that continues, because to me that's absolutely vital. If we don't have that, we're not going anywhere. But if you're telling me, and I'm happily accept your advice and comments, that this won't do anything to disrupt that, then I'm very, very, very happy to support it. So what I now intend to do, is there anyone needs to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to the amendment.
Yes, please, John.
I think what Mook was doing has merit in that it clarifies very clearly what we're trying to do. Yeah. I would have argued that we have been given that mandate, but reinforcing it doesn't make any difference. So I would say that if councillors are willing to, and I would support that, willing to do that with a slight alteration to the wording, that this is still being driven by the steering group, so the Ngākahu steering group is still driving this, and that staff support us in achieving those recommendations, because we still have a very much a relationship with the Ngākahu Noko.
So John, where do you want those words?
Can you read out the exact wording of the recommendation, as long as it's seen that we...
Can you put the recommendations up back again? Can you see them, John?
Yep, so it says that council...
in receiving the recommendations from the Ngākahu steering group, agree to 1, obtain the processed and analysed data from the regional council sonar soundings.
And that's okay. Yeah, stage
the lowering of the dam water level, beginning at water level 2.
And that's okay.
Right, prepare a report showing a visual presentation.
And that's the one I'm referring to. So
right. So what do you want changed in there?
They need the staff assist the steering group in preparing that report, because that's still a very much a close association with the trust.
So you add the words "and staff assist."
Yep.
In preparing.
Yep.
Or to prepare. That's fine. To prepare.
Yeah. So in other words, they are not running away and doing it now.
That's good. Okay.
But they are assisting the trust.
Moko and Matty, are you happy with Moko and Matty? Are you happy with that amendment?
Happy with that, Kara.
Okay. All right. Well, what I now intend to do is put the amendment to the vote.
Your Worship.
Sorry.
Hands up.
Aisha has got a hand up.
So, Your Worship, this is an amendment, so councillors get another opportunity to speak specifically to the amendment if they wish.
That's correct.
So you've got councillors Collard, Stratford, and Foy with their hand raised.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I've raised my hand just to seek some clarification. I think we've captured the essence of what's being requested, but I just want a clarification as to whether or not council are agreeing that we go forth and do these things, or whether or not you're requesting the chief executive to go forth and do these.
Your Worship, I can be really clear about that.
Yes, Sean.
We've never seen this situation before, and I want everyone to be crystal clear, and I know this will be unpopular, but you need to hear it from the advice you've commissioned in me. No one has engaged the staff, the CEO, or the resources that are solely under my charge to spend on any of what's about to be proposed. I can see that you're going to pass this motion. That's clear. But I'm just looking forward to someone talking to me about what it is that politically you want done. I'm wondering whether you want the dam dismantled completely, partially dismantled, not dismantled but reformed, whether you want the land sold, retained, landscaped or not, sold to someone else or not. These are the directions which I expected and absolutely rely on from elected members. I find now, after being given the assurance from Councillor Vucic that these recommendations are internal to the group, that I'm about to be directed to spend money on tactical work like lowering the dam by a couple of metres and commissioning sonar reports. Someone is going to have to come and talk to me and invite me to do some planning around why this makes good sense before I say yes, and that's quite possible. If it makes as much sense as you think it does, then this money will be spent. At the moment, there is no conversation, and I'm sitting in front of a governance group who's directing me to do tactical stuff, and you're about to pass this. So go ahead, but I'm just forewarning with the Mayor that we've got a difficult conversation to have after this about how the political lane and the operational lane are supposed to work well together when I'm now taking expense incurring tactical direction from the political board. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sean, have we got a budget for this? Is there a budget there?
No, Maddie, we've got some generics. We're definitely shaping ourselves up to serve you and give you exactly what you want, but we haven't got anything specifically sorted out. We're still waiting to hear from your group what it is you want us to do. And we'll be, tell you what, I promise you, we'll be flat out getting some form around this as soon as we're given the direction. But I'm worried about how this is tracking just at the moment. The wheel just fell off, I think, whereas I thought this was actually a high-performing group that's shaping up exactly the sort of direction we're waiting for.
Yeah, fair enough. But we got some meetings coming up very, very soon, and yeah, we'll get back to you on that.
Thanks, Councillor.
So thank you, and I do understand the concern that Sean is expressing, but I also just make it clear that my main concern is that we don't do anything that upsets the relationship that you have built over the last 6 months, 3 months, however long it's been with the trust. That would be most unfortunate. But you're assuring me, Maddie, and John, you're assuring me, and Muka, you're assuring me, and I'll hear from Dave next, that the trust will not be upset by us putting this in a form of a resolution. They have seen the paper, and as I understand it, they agreed with the recommendations that were made, but now you as councillors are telling the rest of us we need to do these things. Dave Collard, can you comment, please?
You're on mute, Councillor Collard.
Apologies. Look, I understand exactly where we're at with this, and I agree with the amendment as written. However, I can't guarantee that the trust will accept this because I haven't had that conversation with the trust. But in saying that, you know, what we're proposing here is that we've got to talk to the trust about this so that they are in agreement with it. And I know that the condition C there assist the steering group to prepare a report showing a visual presentation, and that was an advisement from the Peter Weisling as let people know where you are and what you want to do, because that could well attract outside finance. No, this is all in the report. This is not rocket science. But certainly I support what's there. but I cannot guarantee, and I don't know that anybody can, that the trust will accept this as what needs to happen. Certainly, I think that it will demonstrate good faith, and we have experienced the trust being exceptionally willing to proceed with the exit from the dam. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But I've not seen anything that says they guarantee to accept what we're doing, but certainly they accept that we want to get out of the dam and that we are working with them.
Can I make a suggestion, Dave? And this is to all of us, because as I say, what concerns me is that we may be doing something that the trust may be in full agreement with it, they may not. As
Point of order, Your Worship.
Yes.
Right to speak.
Yes, I'll give you a right to speak in a minute. I'll chair the meeting. You have a right to speak, and I'll give you a right in a minute. So I just want to say that we you've been working with and built up a trust with the Ngākahu Trust, and I'm just wondering whether we should consider where the wording says that council, in receiving the recommendations from the Ngākahu steering group, subject to discussion and agreement with the trust, agree to. So that, while it's giving us direction that we can work with the chief executive and the staff, means we still have to just go and get their sign off. And I just want you to consider that wording, subject to discussion and agreement with the trust. If you can put that in red, and subject to discussion and agreement with the trust, because I want to be assured that the trust are in agreement and we've taken them with us all the way along. Now, sorry, I've spoken Dave, and then I've got Rachel Kelly down to speak. Was that the right order, or can you please tell me, Aisha, who's next?
Councillor Stratford and then Councillor Foy.
Thank you very much, Kelly, and then Felicity. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to commend Councillor Tepania for putting forward the amended recommendation, because when I read this report, I clearly see some recommendations that the steering group have come up with, but I was left wondering how these actions were actually going to be implemented. So I agree that there is some wording, and I think that Councillor Smith has brought this up in the past, and the Deputy Mayor. So if we're directing staff, then we need to say something along the lines of, Rachel, you said it, directs the CEO or something like that. But I don't understand whether it's the steering group that are doing those three actions or whether you are seeking for the staff to do those three actions. And I guess that's where our CEO is left wanting as well. So, and I also want to make it clear, I understand that this is just one stage of this process. There will be more recommendations to consider once the steering group have the information about the depth or what is at the base of the dam. That the steering group can then consider that with the trust, what their aspirations are for the dam. Once they have all that information, they don't know what they want to do with the, how it needs to be left. And I actually found some of the comments made really, we're worried about the relationship between Ngākahu Trust and this council, but some of the comments that were made today, they were quite inflammatory. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be some raru directed at some people today. So please, this is a public meeting. If we need to adjourn to discuss this a bit more frankly, let's do so. If we need to move it into PX so we can protect people's, integrity. I would suggest that we do that because, and protect the integrity of the relationship that we've already, set about repairing with Ngākahu Trust. I see George has got his hand up. I would ask that please, that's for another time. This is a public meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. And I'm just not sure what statements you are referring to that are inflammatory. I think we've all been tried to be as cooperative and supportive of the trust, particularly, and the good work that they've done in joining with our Ngākahu people. And I'm not sure, I'll be very interested to know exactly what it is that you think is inflammatory. Yeah. Now, who was next? Is it Felicity that's next? Or was it Rachel?
Councillor Foy.
You, Felicity.
And Member Edmonds also has his hand raised following you, so I'll just let you know. Thank you, Worship. I just wanted to draw your attention to page 155. I commend Councillor Tipenia for moving the amendment with some action points. However, what I see the amendment lacking is a time frame associated with that. Our CEO has spoken today about the lack of involvement of staff, but I will raise the point that our council has no dam specialists. We have no hydrologists on staff. We don't have this expertise in-house. So it's, I can see the frustration of why Ngākahu have engaged their own dam specialist, who is a specialist in this area and who we don't have at hand to provide us as internal staff. So it's great to have this information in hand and to have specialist direction about that. At the bottom sentence, it says on page 155, processing the sounding survey results and the proposed trial dewatering should be done as soon as possible, well before the coming winter inflows. So we're currently in February, noting the seasons to come, and the current wording of the amendment does not reflect any timeframes associated with the recommendations from the specialists that we don't have in-house. And further to that, we need this information in order to have an informed facts to work with, to provide direction to our CEO about exactly what we want. And without getting this information, we will never be able to give them that direction because we will be ill-informed. So in short, Councillor Tipenia, as a mover, can I bring that to your attention if you'd like to include a time frame associated with that in alignment with the specialist dam person, John Dutta, I think his name is.
John Duda, yeah. Thank you for that, Felicity. And I see, Aisha, you've got your hand up to give us some advice.
I'm happy. I've made a note so I don't forget if Councillor Smith wants to speak first.
Well, Mike Edmonds, I think, had his hand, or was it you, Rachel? Who had their hand up first, Rachel or Mike?
Rachel.
Mike has put in the comment that he doesn't wish to speak.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Rachel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's more of a question. It's a question for our CEO. I really appreciate Councillor Tipenia ensuring that we're making meaningful next steps and setting clear direction. My concern comes from the comments that the CEO has rightfully made as well. And just to echo Councillor Stratford's comments, at the moment I don't feel confident in supporting this simply because I don't feel that it is a clear direction. I would really appreciate the opportunity for governance to stay in their lane and for some technical advice to come through our CEO as to how we could achieve this outcome as a council using the right tools and mechanisms that we have so that we are achieving a good outcome, empowering the steering group to succeed, but also recognising that this is outside of the governance lane and we need to provide clear direction. So I think I would support Councillor Stratford's suggestion for an amendment, perhaps to give our CEO an opportunity to look at how we can achieve this outcome. I think it's important that we're clear in our directive and that we move forward with the steering group recommendations, but I also think that it's important that that's geared for success. So those are my 2 cents worth, and that will guide my voting going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Okay, so can we just have the amendment back up on the screen, please? Right, so as I say, I think it's important that, but I'll be guided by you as fellow councillors, that we ensure as we go along every step of the way, that the trust are in agreement with what we're doing. And so, Moko, have you got any comments on that add-in that I've suggested to the amendment? Or
Your Worship, I'm happy with the add-in. In terms of timing,
sure,
I can't give a timeline for example, for the dam lowering of the dam water level. We took this recommendation on advice from Peter, was it Wessing from NRC. That can only be done once the Ōkahu stream is at a flow rate that can handle the extra volume of water. Right now in summer it actually can't, so I don't know how to give a actual time frame that at a time at which the stream can handle the extra water. I understand where Sean is coming from. I understand where Councillor Smith is coming from. What I don't want us to see, though, and this is my real fear, okay, is that we know that this is what we want to do as the first step in the process. What we want to do is decommission this dam. How? We don't know yet because we need more information. This is to try and get more of that information. I understand that there's governance lanes and operational lanes, but what I don't want us to do here is just to say that we will work with staff on these recommendations for it to go through all of the council turnaround, takes forever for it to come back for us to just tick off because the staff member has agreed to it or has done this or done that. This is just the next step along the process, and I look forward for staff being further involved from here so that we can come up with some further actions along this process to decommissioning this dam.
Thank you, Moko. And the one thing that I thought that you might want to also put is that a further recommendation come back to council in its next council meeting. But that's just a suggestion, so that we have timelines and that we can get work done and that people know where we're heading to. Because, like you, I'd like to see this completed before I retire at the end of this term. And again, it's just working with the trust. Now, Aisha, you've got your hand up, Aisha.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do make this comment often in council meetings, but just to remind councillors again that there are decision-making requirements under the Local Government Act, that you need to have confidence that you have all of the information to be able to make a decision, and some of those are around the cost implications, understanding what other priorities might be pushed back if we are to undertake this work.
That's right, and that's why we need to make sure we've got the information. Can we just, before I come to John, can I just have the recommendation, the motion up again, please? I think probably if John Vucic, I think you were talking about the July meeting, were you? Rather than the 7th of April meeting?
Yeah, just so we're clear, Mr. Mayor, the July meeting is where I'm expecting the final detail that Sean rightfully is actually asking for to come to the table. Yes. We can't arrive there without additional information. So this is all about gathering that additional information. When we were set up, there was obviously an expectation that there would be cost associated with that. And I actually did see some budgeted figures somewhere, and I'm expecting to go and speak with Sean and others to see what that is. My hope, I don't mind, as I said before, that so that we're very clear that staff effectively will support the steering group in achieving these next steps so that we can gather information. That's how I see it. And therefore I support it, and it doesn't it doesn't worry me. But as long as everybody is very clear that this is just part of the original things that we set up for, the full report will come in about July. We'll probably do an update, an interim report perhaps as well, just so that everybody's informed. But in July we should have a detail and a visual appearance of what it would look like, and then get confirmation from the Ngaku, or the Whenua Trust of exactly that look and the final outcome, and then we can hand it over to the implementation process and all that.
Sure.
In the meantime, I'm expecting we'll talk not only to John Duda, but whoever else we may need to provide the expertise and the assistance and help. So it's not certainly going to be done in isolation. We are not going to give the detail on how to do things, but we want to be very clear that whatever is put up as a solution is a viable
solution. Put that back to April, please. Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
No, April. Can we put that back to April, please? Take the 11th, and thank you. Right, Matty.
Yeah, John. Just good to John Vucic. I don't know why we're leaving so late to July, John. We can do that well before July.
Yeah. So what?
That's and the other thing. Yeah, the other thing that deterred me a little bit was, what you said, Rachel. I'm not getting at you. Is that we bring the CEO and everything like that and staff in. We do that, we're gone. We're gone. I'm telling you, we're back to square one again. I want to just leave it with the steering committee we got. Yep, and then these recommendations made by Moko are straightforward, pretty straightforward. And we will have a meeting very, very soon. We'll bring the Nahu Trust involved. We will discuss these recommendations and go from there.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Point of order.
Yes, Felicity.
It's just in the chat. I don't want this motion, to not make progress without any money attached to it. Do we, in this motion, need to include budget? And as Janice has said, operational budget to allow for these specialists to be able to undertake the investigations accordingly?
Could I make a comment in that regard, Your Worship?
Yes, you can, Will, please.
Thank you. Following on from the comments from the Chief Executive and from Asia, it's clear that an enormous amount of good work has been done by elected members. But the point that the Chief Executive and Asia make is right. And I think this is what Councillor Foy is mentioning as well, is that it is not good practice to be doing something which is uncosted. Would it help members if this was an agreement in principle? And that wouldn't fetter our discretion or tie our hands in anything, but we just added the words in principle, and that would allow us to go and do costings and do other work. Would that assist?
So are you suggesting that this is starting to become challenging? I've got to say, I thought we had something pretty simple here. That when you look at the paper, it was a matter of just moving forward, everybody working together, everybody trusting each other. And now we're starting to make it bloody complicated again, which is the reason why this thing's been such a challenge for so many years. And I don't know why it needs to be so damn complicated. And I'm not sure exactly what it is that you're now suggesting, Will, but it sounds to me like it's going to add more complications.
Yeah.
And the purpose of the report that was done by John on behalf of the 4 people was just to make it simple so we could move forward, keep the trust of the trust and work together so that they could come up with something, make recommendations that we could adopt as a council and give direction to Sean and the staff to implement. And it seems that all of a sudden it's become very complicated. And it's
Your Worship, I think that this my amendment here, A, can be done for, I think it was $300. I don't even think we need to give a budget for that. B has been done before by our own Far North Waters person, which can just be their work program. That's not a cost. C, staff will be assisting our steering group to prepare a report. When we get to have that hui, it might come that we need to bring in A, B, and C, and it's going to cost us $100,000. Then that will come back to council to get costed. But I think we can put this across now, and the world isn't going to end.
That's very helpful. So I thank you very much. That keeps it simple. So the wording as it is, are we okay at the moment with?
Can we word it accordingly?
That's good.
Okay, it's all good?
Yep.
All right, so can we vote on it as it is?
Yep, away we go.
Okay, can we have the vote up, please? I'm in favour. David Clendon?
Opposed.
David Collard?
In favour.
Councillor Foy.
In favour.
Councillor Radich.
In favour.
Councillor Smith.
Opposed.
Councillor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier.
Aye.
Councillor Busich.
Aye.
Right, the motion is carried. So that will be now the next thing that will be worked on, and Matty and John and Dave and Moko will obviously need to have a discussion with the trust as soon as possible, just to make sure that they have got no concerns about what we've passed today in regard to the resolution. So now we need to, this will become the substantive motion. We'll need to vote on that. Okay, can we need to vote on it as a substantive motion, Aisha? I'm in favour. Councillor Clendon?
Opposed.
Councillor Collard?
Favour.
Councillor Foy?
In favour.
Councillor Radich?
Aye.
Councillor Smith?
Opposed.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier?
Aye.
Councillor Busich?
Aye.
Okay, so that now becomes a substantive motion and the report is carried. So thank you all very much for your participation and help in that regard. I now ask you to turn to page 159 and the community board updates. And there's a motion there which I will move. Do I have a seconder, please?
Need a second, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly. Okay, so in this order, Bay of Islands Community Board, Belinda, can we turn the meeting to you, please?
Thank you, John. You'll be pleased to know I don't have a lot to report this month. Just on behalf of our community board, I would like to acknowledge my fellow colleague, Chair of Te Hiku, Adele Gardner, and Councillor Representative on the Te Hiku board for their fabulous work with their community. It's not easy to achieve the work that you've done nor implement it, and to come away with the award most beautiful small town for Kaitai was fabulous. You're probably sick of the congratulations, but from our board to your board, well done. And I think your welcome town sign will need to be upgraded with a bit of bragging below. I have seen some comments on social media, so go for it. Just with regard from our board's perspective, not a lot here. Page 163, we've approved the cost of procurement up to $15,000 for 2 or 3 concept drawings to progress the Russell placemaking project on the Strand, which is very exciting. As you alluded to earlier, Your Worship, the Waiharoa opening at the gateway to the wharf entrance to Russell will be the I guess the starting point, the focal point of the Strand waterfront development. So some amazing ideas coming in there, and we look forward to seeing what designs the community have come up with. Funding applications are very grim. They have reduced. I think we've seen the smallest amount we've ever seen over the last few months this summer season. They've dropped off considerably due to COVID, and there's a real uncertainty around the organisers actually committing financially to events. This is really impacting, as we all know, on our visitor numbers and hospitality and accommodation sectors in particular. As chairs, we also have been in discussions around and had many reapplications, which I'm sure Adele will confirm in relation to our annual events funding. It was a bit of a mess because a lot of the larger events that are held across the district and in the Bay of Islands Whangaroa ward were actually pushed out, postponed or cancelled. So we're receiving quite a number of postponement requests, which are actually leading into perhaps reapplications at this point due to the shuffling around, and money's already perhaps spent in advance for events. So that's quite a serious issue at present for us. Businesses are really struggling, and the indicators are in my ward area that the summer cash flow is actually already lost for this season. even with things picking up and we still have Easter, it's looking pretty grim. So I'm sure you're all aware with your Thursday meetings with the tourist operators as to how sad the situation's looking for a lot of our SMEs. I would just like to close by acknowledging the passing this week of Yaron Zhongjings, who, together with his partner Kate Malcolm, represent the epitome of kaitiakitanga and amazing Northland ambassadors. Together they established and operated New Zealand's largest dive charter company, Dive Tutukaka, the Poor Knights, and they showcased the Poor Knights and Northland to the world for nearly 30 years. So it's a huge loss with Yaron. He passed away whilst paddleboarding, and I wish sincere condolences to Kate, the family, and their large team from the Bay of Islands communities and the tourism operators. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And yes, it is sad about Yaron, no question. Thank you about that. Kaikaui Hokianga Community Board, Mike, for his comments, and perhaps if you've got a moment, if there is any comment you might want to make on the speed issue that's been raised on a number of occasions at Opanoni. And also, I understand now that the Ohaiwai Kaihau education thing has been put off till your next council meeting, not at this council meeting.
Okay, so look, let me comment on the speed limit at the moment. Our community board and the communities have been trying to get NZTA or LTNZ to at least talk to us or address these things for quite some time. And we've never really got, we've always been rebuffed actually. And I don't know, I mean, their comment is, look, everybody in the country wants their speed limits looked at, and you're way down on the list. We've got a 70-kilometre-hour speed limit through Kaikoui, through the middle of Kaikoui, for goodness sake, and straight past the road crossing for the cycleway. I mean, the 70-kilometre-hour area starts there, so that's how silly it gets. And of course, Opo is the same kind of thing. So, I mean, hopefully a public comment on the inability or the reluctance of NZTA, LTNZ, Waka Kotahi to engage with communities might change that. So yeah, we have those problems. Although having said that, John, now that they've said that everything in the far north is going to be 80 kilometres an hour, we're getting complaints in the opposite direction.
Yes.
So I don't know that you can win. The lease in Okaiho, that's ongoing. The only reason it's not here today is because we had two objections that we couldn't hear in the short time. They were just simply unavailable, so we've delayed them till next week. My only comment, you can see how short our meeting was on February. My only comment is we've had 2 meetings between now and the previous council meeting. And since we have 4 weekly meetings, this will keep on going for the rest of the year or the rest of the term.
Right.
And so, I'd like to see both sets of minutes appear on the council agenda because the community board does make comments that they intend the council to read and to hear. There was one comment that expressed disappointment in the process of the lease in Okaiho that we would have loved to have in the council minutes this time that we missed. So, so if I could ask Governor Support and the CE to make sure that all of the minutes between all the meetings between the council meetings appear, not just the latest one, or not just the one that's most complimentary rather than otherwise. That's all. Thanks.
Sean, can you comment on that, or whoever's appropriate?
I'd be surprised if we've gone for the more complimentary one, but I'm inspired to go and have a look at it. Mike, thanks for raising it.
You went for the latest one, Sean. I mean, that's okay. I mean, you went for the latest one of all of ours, but there are two sets.
Okay.
So it will have just been.
Let me have a look at it.
Yep. Something you decided to do. So if we could just change it for the future, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Right.
Thanks, Sean. Thank you. And finally, Adele, can we come to you, please?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'd like to thank Board Chair Ward, Belinda, for all the congratulations. Thank you so much. That was a bit of a surprise, but I guess we're doing this for our community, and it's a great outcome for our community. I just love it. So first of all, in our community board meeting on the 15th, we had in public forum a Manurewa Runway who has been appointed by OTC, which is Open the Curtains, and they umbrella under the A&T Trust, who he's been appointed, and they have a 10-year lease on the Tangoni domain in Burnetts Road. The community board gave them a 10-year lease 4 years ago, so they're 4 years into their lease, and they've come back asking for a request a further extension on their lease to 2058. However, that is in order to secure funding to develop the park. So that is one of the we've forwarded that letter, that deputation letter, onto governance to see where we stand with that. So sorry.
Can someone mute whoever that is, please?
So that was the deputation from Manurewa. So, and the other thing is, yes, I agree with Board Chair Ward with regards to the funding applications. We only had one small one, and it was to do with the AMP Association. They are still holding the event, as far as I'm aware, this weekend. And we've allocated $500 from our board towards this event, and they're only going to be holding the equestrian and the indoor events. So providing they go ahead, well, the $500 will probably help in that regard. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adele. We appreciate the work that the three of you do, and it's good that although it's taken this long, that you now, but the three of you have the opportunity to make your comments as you do, and it's much appreciated. So thank you very much for that. Okay, so do we need to, we don't think I moved that resolution, did I, Aisha? Was it moved and says it was? Okay, well, I'm in favour. Councillor Clendon?
In favour.
Councillor Collard?
In favour.
Councillor Foy?
Favour.
Councillor Radich? Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Tepania?
Aye.
Councillor Abusage?
Aye.
Thank you. So that's carried. Thank you all very much. Right, can we come to the council's action sheet, please? I'll move. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second.
Thank you, John. Sean, or Casey, whose hands is this in?
Through you, Your Worship, I can assist. This is just an opportunity. This is just an opportunity for members to pick up on any points which are outstanding. And just by way of a reminder, this is our form of exception reporting.
Yes.
Just that, so if members have any points they wish to pick up with us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the report. I've got to say, it's very helpful. Sorry, somebody's hand was up there. I missed whose it was.
Councillor Clendon.
Oh, thank you, David.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just two queries. One on page 177. We conducted the trial on warrant of fitness and registration ticketing, and also seeking the right to enforce parking regs on state highways. I just wonder where that's got to, those two issues. And the other one is page 184, the Matari Bay wastewater, which resolution says was to come back to this meeting in February. I just wonder where we're up to with those two, please.
Sean, can I ask you to comment on the Matari Bay one, please? And I'm not sure who on the, perhaps it's David on the other.
Oh, Dean.
Or
on
Dean.
The parking.
On the parking, okay, thank you. Sean.
Council's position remains on Matauri Bay that we've never funded private wastewater schemes. So therefore, what's being proposed is an orphan and an exception. We have said no, and then we've had some wobbles from elected members. So we're still in a conversation. I'm having that conversation with Clayton Mitchell. The experiment, I just warn that it's an experiment. I'm just trying to stay open-minded on something that's never been done before. Is to look at the company spending the resources on making a capital wastewater treatment plant fit for purpose by our engineering standards and under a resource consent that they fund and achieve, and then whether we would take it on as an exception from that point on, rating the users accordingly, because none of this would actually happen until the point where we don't own the asset anymore. The perspective, this assumes that the law goes ahead. There's obviously that's a point of contention, but if a water entity takes over all of our assets, it would be taking over this orphan arrangement. So I've joined that party in the conversation, and the conversation's ongoing. We're just trying to help Clayton Mitchell to come up with fully understand the timeline and the resources that are required to do what he would propose as their half of the deal. So there's probably more information there than I should be sharing in public, but there's nothing commercially in confidence at the moment. It's a constructive conversation with our hearts in the right places.
I think it's fair to say, Sean, that we have in discussions about a similar case in another area that is significantly more costly and would cost the ratepayers a heck of a lot more as well. So on the basis we do one, we do both.
And then the others to follow. Yeah, it's a good governance point to keep an eye on as we proceed.
Okay, thank you. Dean, do you want to talk about the traffic, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just a brief update. Just in the last 2 weeks, we've received confirmation from NZTA of the delegations for state highways. So we will be working with the policy team in strategic planning and policy to make sure that there's alignment with the new parking bylaws and reviews. So that's just a recent development with regards to that delegation.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there other questions from other councillors on the report?
Yes.
Dave, is it?
Yes.
Can't see your hand up, but anyway.
It's up now.
Thank you.
On page 179, Meow Road, and it's the resolution, it's C, agrees that traffic calming measures on the metal portion of the Meow Road along with the ceiling. I just wanted to check that actually has been done. Doesn't say that the work it's work in progress.
Dave Clamp, are you able to comment?
I'm not able to comment directly onto that one, Sean, but what I can say is I'll take it away and I will come back to Councillor Carlyle outside of the meeting and let him know what the answer is, if that's okay with you, David.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Are you there?
Yes, Maddie.
Yeah, there are calming measures on the middle road. Yeah, they're actually installed there, so.
Oh, thank you, Maddie.
So it's pretty straightforward.
All right, well, David will just confirm that. Thank you very much. Okay, if there's no other comments or questions, I'll put the resolution. Can we have the vote up, please? And thank you very much for the report. I've got to say, it's good to have a full detailed report so that we're informed. I'm in favour. Councillor Clendon?
Aye.
Councillor Collard?
Favour.
Councillor Foy?
Favour.
Councillor Radich? Maddie?
Yep.
Councillor Smith?
Support.
Councillor Stratford?
Aye.
Councillor Tepanier?
Yeah.
Aye.
Councillor Vucic?
Aye.
Right, the resolution is closed. I will now move that we go into public excluded. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second.
Thank you. Thank you, Moko. Okay, so the first thing is, I suppose Thank you very much. Now we're live out in public again. I just want to take this opportunity of saying thank you, Sean, for all the work that you've done for us in your time as Chief Executive. Well, we will have committee meetings and other meetings, community board meetings between now and when you retire as our CEO. This is our last formal council meeting that you'll be attending in the capacity as Chief Executive. And I just want to say on behalf of elected members, on behalf of our community boards, on behalf of the community and on behalf of the staff, thank you so much for all that you've done, the leadership you've given, the guidance, the direction, all the input you've had. It's been hugely positive. We've had many pats on the backs. There's been the odd slap on the back as well, of course. It's not unusual with council. But I just want to take this opportunity to say all the very, very best for you for the future. You have our blessings, and we'll, anytime you need support or help, we're here to do that. But most importantly, we just want to know you to know how grateful we are for all that you've done. And on behalf of us all, I just want to express that thanks. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Your Worship.
All good? Round of applause, folks. All right, well, thank you all. And I will now declare the meeting closed. And
closing karakia?
Yeah, please, I beg your pardon. Moho, could you do the closing karakia, please?
Definitely. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te ata whai ato tātou are ki uhe karaiti me te aroho te atua me te whiwhinga taitanga ki te wairua tapu ake ake. Amen.
Amen. And I just remind everybody